Hello, everybody. Thank you for tuning in to join us for a fantastic event today. We're obviously here to cover the March for Medicare for All in Washington, D.C. I'm Luke Parcher. I'm very honored to be a part of this broadcast of the march, and honored to have been involved with M for All here over the last year or so. I do want to start by, if you're unfamiliar with the group, please do go to m4m4all.org. That's the number 4, m4m4all.org to learn more or contribute or get involved. Obviously, demonstrating on behalf of a more humane healthcare system is of profound importance. Obviously, our current healthcare system is rather barbaric and leaves many out to dry, and this is an issue that we do not have time to wait on anymore. And as has been noted on the summits here that we recently did a few months ago with M for All, I think we are to a point where the country is relatively educated on this issue. I think we have won the arguments, and it is time to take that fight to the streets and demand better from those who are in control. So this is a fantastic and necessary event, and I want to thank everybody for tuning in. Anybody who is able to participate, thank you for your contributions, and this is exactly what we need to put feet on the ground fighting for the issues that impact our communities the most.
How many people have you killed today? 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 Medicare for all! Now! Medicare for all! Now! People die! 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 My voice. How many people have you killed today? 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 How many people have you killed today?
Healthcare is not commerce. People die! People die! People die! How many people have been killed today? 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 And that's wrong. People die! People die! People die! People die!
If you need water again, the cooler
I can't get it to work. The chat. How many people have been killed today? How many people have been killed today?
Hey, Victor, what do you say?
How many people have been killed today?
Hey, Victor, what do you say?
How many people have been killed today? How many people have been killed today?
Hey, Purdue, what do you say? How many people have been killed today? Hey, Humana, what do you say? How many people have been killed today? Hey, Humana, what do you say? How many people have been killed today? Go right out. Go right out. Go right out. Everybody in. Go right out. Go right out. Go right out. Go right out. Parcher the wall. Now. Take it all. Now. People die. 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 How many people have been killed today? 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 Purdue, what do you say? How many people have been killed today? Hey, Humana, what do you say? How many people have been killed today?
Parcher! Keeps falling off.
Hey, Echo, what do you say? Hey, Echo, what do you say?
Still not working still?
What?
Still not working?
Yeah.
You just didn't have enough charge?
I guess it, like my charger's like not working now.
No. Okay.
Hey, Humana, what do you say? How many people have you killed today? Oh, Humana, what do you say? How many people have you killed today? Oh, Parcher, what do you say? How many people have you killed today? Everybody in?
Nobody out!
Everybody out?
Nobody out!
Everybody in?
Nobody out!
Everybody in?
Nobody out!
Everybody in?
Nobody out!
What do we want? When do we want it?
Now!
Hey, join us. Come on. We're going to use the word parking up. We want it. We're going to people. Come on.
We're fighting for everyone!
Wait, it's not going anywhere. Come on.
Fighting for those who cannot fight for themselves. People die. People die. People die. People die. People die. Nobody out. Nobody out. Nobody out. Nobody out. Nobody out. They don't care if people die. 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 Medicare for all. Now. Medicare for all. Now. Nobody out. Nobody out. Nobody out. Nobody out. The people ever killed today. How many people ever killed today? 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 Nobody out. Nobody out. Nobody out. Nobody out. Nobody out. Nobody out.
Go down to the subject a little bit.
Now! Medicare for all! Now! Medicare for all! Now! How many people ever killed today? 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 People die. 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 Medicare for all. Wow. Medicare for all. Wow. Medicare for all. Wow. Medicare for all. Wow. People die. They don't care if people die. They don't care if people die. They don't care if people die. Nobody out. Nobody out. Nobody out. Nobody out. How many people ever killed today? Killed today. How many people ever killed today? 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 People die. 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 Nobody out. Nobody out. Nobody out. Nobody out. Nobody out. Nobody out. Medicare for all! Now! Medicare for all! Now! Medicare for all! Now! People die! 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 How many people have you killed today? 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 Private Parcher! Private Parcher! You're a liar, Private Parcher! Nobody out! 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 How many people have you killed today? 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 People die! 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 Medicare for all! Now! Medicare for all! Now! Medicare for all! Now! Medicare for all! Now!
I think they're at this store. I can see the captain in the back.
Nobody out! Nobody out! Nobody out! Nobody out! Nobody out! How many people have you killed today? How many people have you killed today? How many people have you killed today? What do you say? How many people have you killed today? How many people have you killed today? What do you say? How many people have you killed today? How many people have you killed today? How many people have you killed today? People die! People die! People die! People die! People die! Slow down! People die! People die! People die! People die! want Medicare for all. I walk up to people sometimes and I say, I would like to and I think this is why we're out here today. Are you up for it?
Water, yeah. Thank you. Do me a favor? Could you open it up? I gotta hold the camera. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Building blocks of life.
It's like literally you're like, oh.
Suddenly I can feel my extremities again.
I feel like going to your face.
I know. Got water's in there, thing there. Nobody out! 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 Ah.
Mr. Short. To where, I'm saying?
The table.
Mm-hmm. Oh, over there? Yep.
And get the demand.
Okay.
And then there's a couple changes, but please just make sure you have to read the demand.
Sure.
Couple of yellow vests there. And whenever he can, we're going to have a quick chat here with Andy, who's helping me present today, who happens to be up in Canada. So he's going to talk a little bit about the Canadian system whenever we can get him up here. Fill that gap before we have some speakers to bring you.
Hey,
Hello
Luke.
there, Andy.
How are you? Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you good. I can hear you good. I'm sure you've been scrambling.
Well, if the Medicare for All March was an omelet, it would be the world's biggest. Let's just put it that way. Yeah, we just a little quick backstory. We have plans, of course, to go to camping, my wife and I, when this is done today, and we have some just to kind of get away and go over camping. And we have friends. It's not really camping. It's more like glamping. We're going out to a friend's place in the backyard and staying in our trailer because it's the least path of least resistance right now, because not only did my wife shatter her wrist and need 3-hour operation about 4 weeks ago, but since then her and I both got COVID, and we're starting to try to come back from that. And I don't why is that relevant? Well, I do want people to feel sorry for me, obviously, but the reason I bring that up is because of the country that I live in. Neither of those two events cost my wife any money.
Yeah.
And I can just imagine the my wife's her wrist injury. It was just a slip on a slippery mat, and she went down on her wrist and shattered 5 bones. Required 3 hours of surgery to install 2 steel plates, a compression screw, and a number of different other screws. And I can just imagine how much that would have cost if I had been an American. And
yeah.
So,
as imperfect as the Canadian system is in a number of ways, and we could get into that at length with the pharmacare issues and things like that.
Sure.
There is a clear distinction there, and in the United States, we seem to decide that COVID-related care should be free and made it largely free, but we have left everybody else out to dry. If you're a diabetic, if you have cancer, if you have a heart condition, if you have any other health issue, you've been largely left out to dry. So while there are a lot of imperfections in the Canadian system, Andy, can you just talk a little bit about the difference? In Canada, when something happens to you, you get hurt or you get sick, what kind of anxiety does an American face there that you do not have to deal with at all in Canada? Can you just walk us through what that process is like when something comes up in your life?
Well, absolutely. And I do want to preface just quickly, because I think that there's a real disconnect when we talk about any of the healthcare systems and the pandemic and I'm not going to say that we went through, I'm going to say that we're currently in, as much as mainstream media would like us to believe that they're not. My wife and I, of course, being prime examples of that. Sorry, just give me a second.
You say as you cough. Oh boy.
Yeah.
Too perfect.
Yeah, but we're, of course, going through what a lot of different countries are going through, and most of the pushback is certainly on vaccines or shutting down and the current situations that we have. Is any of the mandates of keeping people locked in their homes or social distancing or masking? The main disconnect that I can see is that those rules are in place primarily to protect what healthcare system you have, right? We've seen that through subsequent through the different viruses since we went through from A to we're currently in Omicron now, that the effects of them have seemed to lessen, and people are just saying that we need to to open back up, but people are still getting sick and they're still requiring attention. Our hospitals in Canada are in a shambles, because we've had so many people that of retirement age that would have stayed, that retired when this hit for self-preservation reasons or whatever their own personal reasons are. We've had people that have not been able to take any time off because they're so badly needed, because our hospitals have been inundated with people. And for example, this time that my wife is off because of her wrist is really the first time off she's had in 3 years since the pandemic started, and they're exhausted. And on top of everything, and this is just a small anecdotal story, our Ontario provincial government, which basically runs the healthcare system, they don't necessarily pay for the healthcare system. That
Right, but
comes from the
provinces
federal
run
government.
there. I know exactly what you mean. Yeah.
But they voted, the Ontario government voted to freeze the wages of all the healthcare professionals when the pandemic started, and they also waived their contract rights so that the hospitals could do whatever they wanted with their employees. And that has never been reinstated. We still don't have contractual protections, and they haven't received really any significant raise at all while we're in the worst healthcare professional shortage in the history of our country anyways, and probably around the world when you look at the different systems. It's we need to protect our healthcare systems. We need to protect our professionals.
Yeah.
When Deb went with a shattered wrist, she basically sat in a chair in the waiting room and in the emergency room for 6.5 hours like this, holding her shattered wrist in excruciating pain, while the few people that they had working that night went through the list.
Yeah. This actually, Andy, this gets at a bigger problem, I think. I mean, I think everyone kind of understands global pandemic is, even in a very well-run healthcare system, going to throw some wrenches into this, right? But I think this actually speaks to a broader problem where even single-payer systems will be attacked for having long wait times or these kinds of things, right? And to me, I've always thought, well, that's not an attack on single payer. That's an attack on that program not having enough resources, right?
Exactly.
That doesn't actually prove that the system itself is faulty. What that proves is you have not trained enough people, you have not educated enough people, you have not built enough facilities, you have not put enough funding into this program. Can you talk a little bit about how some of the attacks on the Canadian system or the British system or any others really aren't actually attacks on the system itself?
Right. And I think that one of the biggest things that we have to remember, as much as we see that the United States is really the only industrialized country in the world that doesn't have a universal healthcare system, the problem is the countries that do are still neoliberal regimes, right? They're still driven by profit. It's just that the people, wouldn't stand for the fact that they didn't get health care, and they were brought into existence at a time when we weren't as profit-driven and nth-stage capitalism as we are now. And I think that's the American politicians are so bought and paid for now that it's the pharmaceutical industry, it's the large corporations that are calling the shots. So, the American government, I've said this a number of times, the American government is working exactly the way it was designed to work. It is doing the bidding of the people that put them in power. The problem is that the American people did not put these politicians in power. It's the corporations and it's the oligarch class that did that. So they're doing their bidding, right? It's set up and designed to work exactly that way, and people shouldn't be surprised by that, right? How do you change that? How do you?
Wasn't it Princeton that did that famous study, or Yale, or one of those fucking schools that did the famous study where they came back and said, actually the United States 99% resembles an oligarchy and 1% or something resembles a democracy, or whatever it was. They found that essentially over 90% of policy was directed exactly at that donor class. So that's not even hyperbolic what you just said there. We do have a literal oligarchy. That is the results of our political system resemble an oligarchy. I've mentioned a number of times throughout these various broadcasts that I think we are at a point where we've won the public argument, right? When you have 75-80% of people consistently polling in favor of your position, you've won the public argument. So what do we do here to actually get this thing implemented? I mean, what is it that's the actual hurdle between us and Medicare for All? It's clearly not convincing the public, right?
Well, it's how do you get the information out, right? Because there's still the vast majority of the electoral group of Americans that do the majority of electing of the politicians still get their information from the corporately tainted mainstream media. And a prime example of that was when the Florida primary between Joe Biden and Bernie Sanders, and the poll question, who is better on Medicare for all? And that was, the majority said Joe Biden, right? Like, it's the information. We have to somehow get information to people, and this is at least the way to start.
Yeah.
So one thing that we pride ourselves in on in M for M for All is we speak for everyone. We are very inclusive. We have the wheelchair lift. We have ASL interpreters. All of our signs are in Braille. And a lot of people just don't do that. And if you have especially a healthcare rally and you're being that exclusive, it's not fucking okay. Let me just say that. So we are done asking. We're done pleading. We are done begging. We are here to say we demand healthcare justice. Demand it. There is no ifs, ands, or buts. We need it. We demand it. We are worth more than what you are implying and what you are making us feel like. And we are, one thing that, is I'm very proud of about our org is that we mean, when we say Medicare for all, we mean all. We don't give a fuck about your state borders and fighting for yourselves. We don't care about your income. We don't care about means testing. We don't care about any kind of caveats, asterisks, none of that. All means all, period. It is not exclusionary. Separate and unequal is not equity. It is not progression. It is regression. And there is no justice in I don't mind. And we see that way too much. So I want to get you guys to repeat this after me. Everybody in, nobody out.
Everybody in, nobody out.
Everybody in, nobody out.
Everybody in, nobody out.
Beautiful. So I guess before I bring up the first speaker, so Medicare for all can be kind of misleading because we don't mean Medicare. We mean National Improved Medicare for All, which is because Medicare itself, and today is the anniversary from 1965, and it has done tremendous amounts of good, but it has not yet been improved since then. So when we say Medicare for all, we mean National Improved Medicare for All, which means no copays, no deductibles, no nothing, free at the point of service, just like every fucking other country in our world. So that's what we demand, and that's what we stand for. So thank you so much for being in solidarity with us. And let me see, I'm sorry, let me get my list. Who's first? We have so many phenomenal people. I can't wait to hear everyone speak. Let's see. Oh. So the first person is Jessica Simon. This wonderful woman on Twitter reached out to me and said, I work with poets who they speak at activist events. And I was like, hell yes. So you're going to hear from 3 of them throughout the program. Thank you so much.
Hello. Can you hear me? Yeah. All right. Abortion is healthcare. And this poem, it was called Pro-Choice Women's March 2005. But now it's called After the Supreme Court Took Away My Rights 2022. Walking amidst nearly 1 million people in 2005, we held our heads high. We were country women, city women, young women, older women, working women, feminist men, Black women, Latinx women, Asian women, Native women, trans women, women carrying children and babies. We were so many and so peaceful. We sang and walked for our rights. On either side, horseback mounted police looked down or over us. Behind them, men and women waved crosses nailed with signs. Jesus saves and abortion is genocide. A man with a megaphone shouted religious phantoms into frozen air. A woman cried murderer with an accusing stare. Shame on you, Congress, a speaker said at the time. They could say it again today in a different year for the same crime. For lack of access to birth control, for no access to the pills we need to survive, for trying to stop women crossing state lines, for a 10-year-old rape victim fleeing to the free side, for denial that people have sex for fun, for denial that women have always ended pregnancies one way or another, for denying people who have abortions love the children they already have, for playing judge and jury, for telling women what is right and wrong inside their own organs. The morality these justices issued to themselves about God's work is littered with the dead bodies of women they say are a political agenda. Or with women they call murderers because they are poor or Black or brown. Special shame, Justice Kavanaugh. You know not all men cover her mouth to prevent her from screaming. Some just go home. Miss Justice Alito, Selective Justice Thomas, Gutless Gorsuch, no visible leadership, Chief Roberts, missing the point, Justice Barrett, while you are supposedly living pure lives, going to church, you didn't even stain a shirt, writing away my rights. Some young woman just ran to the bathroom to heave her guts, will now consider ending her own life. Sleep tight. When shame is not lessened by the sun, it scabs over until you itch it enough to draw blood, at least before it was blood on the surface of the skin, not within, dripping from a vagina or cervix. It's no longer your choice. Bodies with wombs, you shall now be jailed or killed for someone else's truth. Rich white women still have a choice. White women weren't sterilized or told there should be no more of those kinds of babies. To the justices, if it ever is your daughter, will you turn your head away in shame? Say she'll burn with the Salem witches? Will you cast the first stone on her bloated and nauseous body? Will you disown your aunt when you find out her 22-year-old self made a mistake? God forbid now your daughter, wife, sister, cousin is molested or raped in the wrong state. Show me your devout gods. We have gods too. We have faith and we see through you. We will continue to litter your lawn with glitter-covered bodies, pink boas, t-shirts and signs, giant rainbows of messages of love and protest. We belong to each other in deviance and compassion. We have traveled this far, and we will not give up our rights laying down. So dish it out, and we will light it up. Thank you.
How do I have goosebumps when I'm sweating my ass off? Like, that was fire. And real quick, I do want to share, when we posted abortion is healthcare on M for M for All, somebody sent me an article that was explaining how in many states, women who go to the hospital to get a rape kit receive bills. That is so beyond unacceptable. We already, it's already sad that women don't come forward so many times, and you are going to charge victims for being victimized and victimizing them again with bills for something they had no control over. Awful. So our next speaker is Dr. Margaret Flowers. Yay! We had her last year as well, and she is fire.
Have some helpers today. Okay. Okay. Hey, Parker, why don't you hold that for me? How's everybody doing?
I bet things. I was living.
Okay, well, you can let me talk about it. So this is my life these days. These are two soon-to-be, my son and daughter, and they've been with me for the past 15 months.
I'm a Mason. I want to start swing.
And you're Mason, that's right. They're
Young Rainbow.
very brave children, working very hard to overcome what they've been through. So very proud of them. So anyway, I want to thank all of you for being out here today. This struggle's gone on for a long time, and it continues, and it will continue until we win, because one day we are going to win. We can't continue on this path. And I just wanted to quickly share a story with you about the power. Hey, Macy, you're going to stand up. The power of a small group of people, because sometimes we don't feel like we have power. But we really do. The powerful, the wealthy ruling class, they're afraid of us. They're afraid of us when we're effective. They're afraid of us when we're smart, when we take, action, serious, focused action. Back in 2009, 2010, when the health reform process was going on, there were a lot of efforts to shut out our people, to create legislation which they succeeded in that would enrich the medical industrial complex. But a small group of us separated away from this. And these were progressive organizations that were facilitating the passage of legislation that would continue to discriminate against people, make healthcare unaffordable, and enrich the pharmaceutical and insurance corporations. But a small group of us decided that we were going to do what we could do. And we were focused. We knew that we had to go to the media. The media was not going to come to us. So we looked for those opportunities, and we got ourselves inserted there. We knew that at the hearings, even when they allowed us, it was just performative. In fact, when I testified before the Health, Education, Labor, and Pension Committee in 2009, I was at the end of the table. I was off the table, literally. My chair was off the table. So we went to the briefings, we went to the Congress events, we went there and we went to their offices. We dropped paper cutouts of dead bodies in the offices of the senators with the number of people in their state that died due to lack of health care. And they actually had the nerve to call us and tell us that we were upsetting their staff. We said, how do you think their families feel?
Unnecessary.
But because of that pressure that was sustained and focused, we actually got a single-payer bill to the floor of the Senate in December of 2009. We had no budget. We were just a small group of people that was very focused, and so you can do the same thing. That's the power that we have. We see just this week now, for all its faults, and there are many reasons to criticize the climate legislation in the Senate right now for codifying the drilling of fossil fuels. But that wouldn't have gotten to where it was without sustained action and focused action and demand. So I want you to think of yourselves as powerful change agents and to do what you can to get yourself inserted into the conversation. Howard Zinn told us you need to go where you're not supposed to go, say what you're not supposed to say, and stay when they ask you to leave. That's how we win. And I just also want to remind folks that this struggle for our human right to health care is part of a broader struggle for health care for human rights in the United States. And I've been acting in solidarity with a number of Latin American movements over the past years. Impressive what our friends and family members in Latin America have been able to achieve through real organized resistance and clarity about what they're fighting for. And I urge you to learn from those movements, because talk about taking on the ruling class of the United States. There are a lot of folks who have done that and have succeeded and are continuing to wage that battle, which we need to support. So I think of my friends in Colombia and Venezuela and Bolivia and Nicaragua, who have had some real serious successes, and Honduras lately. So finally, I just want to remind you that what we're fighting for with our human right is what we call the people-centered human rights. And that's a very important framing, because we can't allow the ruling class to define what our human rights are for us. We have to organize and define what our human rights are. That's what people-centered human rights are. They're defined by the people, and they are won through struggle. And that's what we will do. We will continue the struggle, even though I have a lot of attention now focused in other places as I need to. I am still with you in this struggle, and I will be for the long term. So thank you for being here today. Thank you for the work that you're doing, and thank you for allowing me to be part of it. Bye.
No, can you go this way so you can use this? Okay, so our next speaker, I've only cried once, so it may happen again. Our next speaker has been a key organizer with us for months. He just got out of 11th grade. He is 17 years old, and he came here from Iowa with his parents, who, that's how you parent, like props to his parents. And I just think, oh my God, how different would my life be if I woke the hell up, that young. But Zach Schimmel, where are you is?
Right behind you.
Oh.
It is so inspiring to see so many of you out here today fighting for justice. My name is Zach Schimmel, and I'm a 17-year-old organizer for the group who worked so hard to put this all together today, the March for Medicare for All. Let's give a big round of applause for the group. As a young person, I hope that my contribution to this movement can show each and every one of you that we can all help in our own way. And if we hope to win Medicare for All and begin building our vision for America, then we will need everybody's contributions. And your contributions are no doubt being felt out here today. Each and every one of you decided to come here to DC from all over this country to demand Medicare for all. So together, we stand here today in solidarity against the greed and corruption of big pharma and the private healthcare industry. Because we know that these companies are responsible for denying so many millions of Americans the care that we need, and for placing over 100 million Americans into medical debt. So today we tell those companies that enough is enough. The unfortunate truth in America that we all know so well is that business interests are always prioritized before the interests of the people, and healthcare is no exception. Executives from big pharma and the private healthcare industry profit off of our pain and profit off denying us the coverage we need to live happy and healthy lives. So let's face the reality. These executives from these big health companies are oligarchs. They have special political and economic powers. They buy out both sides of our elections to ensure that no matter who wins, their profits are always safe. And they are viewed by our politicians as being fundamentally more important than the people. Through the absurd business-first laws in this country, these oligarchs are able to legally buy out and own our government. In fact, today in DC, there are over 1,500 lobbyists from the private healthcare industry, so many of them in that building right behind me, but all of them working to undermine the needs and the will of the American people. To dismantle the influence of these oligarchs and their lobbyists, we must be united in a commitment to boycotting all political candidates who take money not only from the healthcare lobby, but from other special interest lobbies as well. Because we must be smart enough to realize that a politician has never and will never represent both the interests of the ruling class and the interests of the people. And the sad fact is that almost every politician from the two major political parties has decided to defend the ruling class and their special interest groups. But make no mistake about it, there will come a day when we, the people, are in power. And when we are, we will hold accountable every single politician and every single lobbyist who decided to defend the ruling class and turn their back on the people. So how do we work towards a day when we have Medicare for all and when we finally have a government that works for us? First, we have to get rid of the divisive identity politics that have been pushed by the mainstream media and the political establishment for so long, because they only seek to divide working class Americans. They fear us uniting to support policies that benefit all of us. They fear our ideas not only for healthcare, but for America, because if implemented, they would fundamentally change the power structure of our economy and our political system. And their fear should give us even more commitment to ensuring that our vision for America becomes a reality. So instead of playing into identity politics and the culture war, let's usher in an era of class politics. An era where we work to break down the walls that have been intentionally put up between those of different races, religions, and social ideologies, and an era where we instead come together in a coalition of common Americans against the ruling class and their special interest groups. Those of us out here today have shown a clear rejection of the status quo, where politicians are not only bought out by the healthcare lobby, but the war lobby as well. We refuse to accept their narrative that while we have hundreds of billions of dollars to funnel into endless wars, we can't afford to give healthcare to those at home. And we know that despite what they tell us, those who deny us populist policies like Medicare for all are not located anywhere else in the world except right here in the United States of America. And we also know that the American ruling class is and always will be the only thing standing in the way of the interests of the American people. So we will fight that ruling class, and we're fighting them out here today. We will fight them so that there comes a day when the lobbyists in D.C. no longer determine our nation's policy. So that there comes a day when our government finally works for us. And so that there comes a day when all Americans are guaranteed health care through a single-payer health care system. Through our resiliency, we are going to build an America that works in the interests of its people. And although we will be met with stiff resistance from that ruling class, we know that an end to their reign over our country is not only necessary, but also inevitable. Because while they may have the wealth, and while they may have the financial resources, we have the power of the people, and there is nothing stronger than the power of the people. So together, we the people are going to win Medicare for all, and together, we the people are going to win so much more. Thank you, DC.
So is there a way to like shrink him and put him in my pocket and just like bring him home to Pennsylvania? Zach is gonna change the world. That okay. If I continue talking, I'm gonna really start bawling. Okay, so next, I have Steve Grumbine who's coming up.
Oh, yeah!
Steve is from Harrisburg area, just like me, and he gave me my start 5 years ago at Real Progressives, and I wasn't necessarily going to advertise this yet, but my co-host Andrew flew in from Boston, and we will be doing, I'll be going back to RP and doing a weekly show there. So I can go back to my roots and just join them, because no other indie media has been even a fraction as supportive as Real Progressives. And it means everything, because when you're in indie media for 5 years and you have connections everywhere and you're being ignored, even though you've worked with these people for years and they see your DMs and they just don't return them, you learn a lot about people. Like, I have these connections, but they just don't care. But you know what? That's okay. We're fighting for your asses too. You're welcome. So anyway, Steve.
Yes, Steve. Woo! Grumbine!
All right, everybody. So, you're going to hear a lot of really, really important stories today from people that have different life experiences. The one thing that I think we all can understand, going back in time, 2015, Hillary Clinton, Bernie Sanders fighting about bold policies. And what did Hillary say? It's pie in the sky. It's pie in the sky. How are you going to pay for it, Bernie? And unfortunately, no one really learned the lesson. People ignored the comments. They ignored the economics. They ignored the MMT struggle, or modern monetary theory struggle. Now here we are in 2022, 7 years after the great opportunity to really expose to people the big lie that stands in the way not only of Medicare for all, but of a Green New Deal. Because, folks, we're facing more than one crisis right now, aren't we? We can't get sidetracked on one thing. That's why state-by-state solutions are such a joke. We can't get stuck in other things because we still got the environment to worry about. Can you imagine the tsunami coming through and you're like, yes, I got my Medicare for all. Right? See, we can't, we got to walk and chew gum. And this is a big problem because we can't unite. Because we're busy being told by people that are doing pretty damn good. Vote blue, vote for Summer, vote for Pedro, right? We're all in this weird dichotomy of there is no alternative. It must be this. It can't be that. And if you say anything, you're divisive, you're this, you're that. Oh, you're mean. Oh, my God, did you hear how Steve said that on his live stream? Oh, my God, he's such a meanie. But let me tell you something. If you don't understand that the United States government, literally, by law, Article 1, Section 8 of your U.S. Constitution, says that only Congress has the power of the purse. That means not rich people, not taxpayer dollars, which is a Margaret Thatcher, Ronald Reagan lie to keep us all locked in purgatory. But how many of you all know lefties that are out there preaching the good word of Ronald Reagan and Maggie Thatcher going, my hard-earned tax dollars, my hard-earned tax dollars, right? It's not a real thing. And this is super, super, super important because the state-by-staters are running around telling everyone we can have all these things, but states can't create currency. And so what happens when rich people find out that you're going to raise their taxes to pay for the poor's? They leave. They have done it everywhere. They take their businesses, they move them to Texas, right? There's no taxes down there. Let's go to Texas. And Texas got a big sign up there saying, hey, come on down here. We'll headquarter you. And you see Amazon saying, well, I'm not putting my headquarters in your backyard if you don't give me a sweetheart tax deal. So what do? They literally drain the bottom out of the tax base of the states and the local communities. They literally rob the school systems to afford these things. But yeah, sure, let's do Medicare state by state. Let's do it. What a biff idea, right? See, this is the problem when we're going with good ideas instead of economic knowledge. Right now, at the most important point in this battle, we've got the Federal Reserve mixed with Congress and jolting Joe Biden talking to us about how we're going to raise interest rates to stop inflation that is caused by gouging, monopoly price setting, fuel shortages, etc. All of these things, every last one of them is man-made. Not one of them is something from on high where, oh my God, they printed money and therefore we have inflation. That is a loser's mindset. That is a lie and is completely fabricated. The fact of the matter is that when we tax at the federal level, we delete the money. Folks, if you don't take anything away from what I'm telling you today, remember this. Congressional spending is the birth of a dollar. Congressional taxation is the death of a dollar. Dollars don't live forever. And so there's a circuit that goes on. Now, why does this matter? Because as you try to fight for Medicare for all, as we try to fight for Medicare for all, as we fight for our own salvation with the Green New Deal, which, by the way, includes Medicare for all, okay? And we talk about canceling student debt. Or more importantly, we talk to African Americans and talk about reparations. This is a lot of frickin' money, isn't it? Where is it going to come from? Oh, my God. The same stinking place that all the money comes from war, the same place it comes from for emergency funds for Ukraine, the same place it comes for military stuff for Israel, the same place it comes for every stinking thing that we do. So instead of talking about taxpayer dollars, I beseech you, change your vocabulary. Let's talk about the public money. Let's talk about our money. Let's talk about our access to the general welfare. Let's talk about the public purpose. Folks, Joe Biden, the person that every sack of dung tried to push on us, that guy literally is celebrating deficit reduction right now. Deficit reduction is the draining of the bathtub. The money that keeps us afloat, that keeps us going, while simultaneously the rich bastards are making money on interest rate hikes and at the same time exacerbating the wealth gap. They're getting richer, we're getting poor, we're paying more for gas, paying more for food, paying more for everything. Not because it has to be that way, but because we are in a neoliberal era that started in the 50s, the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, 2000s, now in the 2020s. It's time for lefties and good people of all stripes to recognize federal taxes do not fund spending, period. I've said it now. I said it at Malcolm X Park back at the first rally when we did it at Occupy inauguration. I said it then. I've been saying this stuff, folks, for over 15 years. I'm asking you all, be a force multiplier. Tell your friends we can afford anything that we have the resources to afford, period. There is no shortage. But if you try to do this at a state level and the states go belly up, or there's a downturn in the economy, the states can't create money to absorb that. If there's a pandemic, the states can't absorb that. So this is why it's so important. It's not some, oh, that's just some weird accounting thingy that Grumbine guy talks about. This is the silver bullet to beating the living shit out of the neoliberal class, okay? MMT is freedom, it is hope, because I can do a Green New Deal. I understand MMT, modern monetary theory, Stephanie Kelton, Warren Mosler, Bill Mitchell, L. Randall Wray, Pavlina Chernova, real progressives, Macro and Cheese, Jeffrey Ginter, okay? This whole gang, we understand that without an understanding of public money, every single thing that you and I want, we're going to be moralizing. Oh, it's just such a good fight. We tried. We really tried. It was another time. We did really well. We had the best signs. We had the best chance. We went out there. It was so cool, but nothing happened. No demands, no credible threat, no nothing. This is why we must organize without the taint of political parties, which is what makes this beautiful. Everybody looks at me like I'm saying don't vote. How do you pass a bill without voting? How does anything get done? These people are bought and paid for. So you're not going to win just by casting a vote. They've already told you they're not going to. It's things like this, but not just one-offs. It's things like this coupled with interrelating with other groups, literally putting the economics first, not last, first, because the gateway drug to fixing all of our problems, okay? Let's get on a proper economic discussion, because everything that we want, you'd say, hey, let's follow the money. Well, if you follow the money, you understand Congress passes a bill. That bill is sent to the president for signature. The president signs it, sends it over to the Federal Reserve, who then in turn debits the Treasury's accounts, and then money is spent. No tax dollars were ever involved. Not one nickel of tax dollar ever. Not for war, not for abortion, not for Medicare for all, not for nothing. However, the big thing you need to keep an eye on is this, and I know it's hard if you're not used to thinking this way, and I'm asking you a lot. I'm pushing you beyond the norm. Privatization is the devil. Privatization is the devil. And Joe Biden is trying to privatize Medicare right now, not in some other far-off land, right now. And the people that said they were going to pull him left are busy at brunch, okay? They're busy talking about blue waves. They're not busy fighting for Medicare for all. They're not busy doing any of the things for the people. So I'm telling you this. I drove here 3 hours from Pennsylvania. I live right down the street from this young lady, and I'm here to tell you it was worth every second, because if you guys can walk away from here, if you can walk away from here and say, let me look into this modern monetary theory thing. It's so important, because guess what Medicare for all actually is? It's deflationary, meaning if we've got inflation, if we were to pass Medicare for all, hey, it might be a solution to your inflation problem too. But alas, you got to know that to fight for that. If you don't know that, you can't fight for that. And if you can't fight for that, they'll keep the lie going. So I'm here to tell you, let's do this thing. Joy, thank you so much for all this. And to all my friends, Commie John, all the people back there at RP, Status Quo, all my friends out there, let's get together. Let's make this thing happen. I'm out of here. Ah! With your donations, yeah. See you later.
We were told that Soros funded us yesterday, so he is so pro Medicare for all, let me tell you guys. He's like, let me help these volunteers get people together so we can get Medicare for all. Soros is a comrade. Makes so much sense. So next, we have, let me see, Dr. Claire Cohen. who is a fellow Pennsylvanian, and she came from Pittsburgh.
Good afternoon, everybody. First, I want to congratulate us on our march and rally today. And we need to not be disappointed by the numbers. It just means that we've planted a seed. We need to organize, and we need to spread the word, and we need to build for a march next year that is 10, 100 times bigger. And we can do it. We all know that in the United States, we don't have a health care system. We have a health harm system whose purpose is to enable the CEOs and shareholders of private corporations to exploit us to get horrendously and outrageously rich, even though it's killing us. In this country, in this world, 1% of people in this world own 50% of the wealth in the whole world. And most of those people are right here in the United States. They're our oligarchy. This is why, despite having the most expensive healthcare system in the world, Americans are the sickest and have the worst health statistics of the 30 richest nations in the world. We have the worst infant mortality. We have the worst maternal mortality. We have the shortest lifespan, and I could go on and on. This is why we pay 2 to 7 times more for drugs, for medications, including insulin, than anybody else in the world. Why we have the longest and deadliest of wait times. 68,000 people die yearly, and 1 million people died during COVID. So next time somebody tells you, oh, well, in those countries that have Medicare for all, that have single-payer health care, they have long wait times. Well, our wait times are so long, people die. And that's what you need to tell them. Why the majority of Americans are being crushed under horrendous debt, of which medical debt is a large part, and at least 40% of Americans have medical debt of $5,000 or more. Why our jobs and why our states can prevent your right to control your body and your well-being by offering policies that don't include full reproductive health and don't include things like full mental health services. Why Americans have less free choice to see the doctors they want. Nobody wants to choose an insurance company. We want to see the doctors and healthcare providers we want. Yet we have less free choice than anybody else in the developed world to see whom we want, because the private insurance companies decide who we see. Why Americans are the only people in the richest 30 countries that have to do GoFundMes to pay for needed care, and so on. Why don't we have single-payer health care? In other words, improved Medicare for all. And how do we get it? We don't have single-payer health care basically for 2 reasons. The first is that the private insurance companies, private hospital chains, and big pharma have banded together to form lobbying groups, the biggest of which is the Partnership for Americans' Healthcare Future, to pay off the president and your Congress people to work against your interests and for their greed. There have been studies that show that when our oligarchs, when what they want is different from what we need, 85% of the time our politicians go with what those oligarchs want, not with what are the needs of the people. The second reason is that our politicians of both parties have bought the oligarchy's line that their job is to enable the super wealthy to find more and more ways to steal from the public coffers to enrich themselves at the public expense. These political leaders and public officials like Liz Fowler of CMS and the politicians of both parties, and yes, Biden himself, have bought the line that despite all the evidence of increasing corruption and wealth inequality, that enabling these greedy fat cats to steal our public wealth to enrich themselves will somehow improve society. That's what's known as neoliberalism. Well, in healthcare, we can see where that neoliberal philosophy has gotten us, how it has harmed us and is killing us. And the prime example is the 1 million COVID deaths. This is why when 70% of the public says it wants comprehensive public health care like Medicare for all, the government is proceeding with direct contracting and ACO REACH for Medicare and the dismantling of the VA. This is what President Biden, who received more money from these lobbyists than any other presidential candidate, meant when he said nothing will fundamentally change. The corruption of our politicians by these lobbyists and others like it is why your health care costs are going up, while your access to care and freedom of choice to pick the healthcare providers you want is going down. This is why our government is now assisting these thugs in destroying Medicare and deprivatizing and dismantling the VA instead of improving this. According to the Federal Inspector General's Office, the Medicare Advantage companies, which are just private insurance companies, have defrauded the Medicare Trust Fund of at least $10 billion yearly, rapidly drawing down the fund to depletion. The Trump administration came up with an even better way to exhaust the fund through this program called direct contracting. When Biden came into office, did he stop that program? No. He just changed the name to ACO REACH like we were dum-dums and made a few cosmetic causes. Why? Because he's marching to the tune of the health-harming insurance and private equity industries to help them get rich at our expense, even if it kills us. This is why, despite massive evidence showing Americans are not overusing health care, they actually use it less than people in other developed countries. This is why the system is increasingly restricting our health care access and leading to greater, not less, racial inequality by increasing premiums, deductibles, and copays. This is why, despite massive evidence showing that this concept of value-based care is a failure that in terms of containing healthcare costs and providing quality and equitable care, HHS and CMS are pushing forward privatizing programs like direct contracting and ACO REACH, programs whose real purpose is to help greedy corporations fill their pocketbooks at your expense to the detriment of the public's health and even to kill you. This is the real reason why Jeff Bezos, I'm sorry, I called him Bozo, but Jeff Bezos, Amazon, has now come in for the kill. He's come in for the kill. He wants to get that money. He's not interested in your health care. The problem in our country isn't big versus little government. Government is the infrastructure by which a society gets its needs met. The problem is that the American oligarchs have stolen our government. They've stolen our infrastructure. They've stolen our way of getting our needs met. We need to reclaim our government and take it back from them so that we can get our needs for health care and other things met so we can have Medicare for all. To do this, we need to educate our families, our friends, our co-workers, our fellow union members about how our health harm system is not working for us, even though it's the most expensive in the world and is even killing us. Then we need to mobilize as many people as possible to say to these politicians, we will not vote for you unless you pledge to support a single-payer healthcare system, such as Bill H.R. 1976, and you pledge not to take any more funds from these health-harming lobbyists. Furthermore, we should join in with other groups pressing for our needs, such as groups pressing to get rid of student loan debt, to raise the minimum wage, to reinvest in our public schools, to codify a woman's right to choose, to equitably address our climate change, to expand union rights, and to and to gain us paid parental leave and affordable child care. By the way, we're one of only 4 countries in the world that doesn't have paid parental leave. We need to be just as forceful and loud as the right and requiring these candidates to pledge not to take 1 penny of corporate monies and to meet our demands for Medicare for all. Thank you.
Man, these people are fire. It's too good. So next, I do not want to butcher his last name. John has come here from New Jersey, and he's going to be sharing his story of his daughter needing insulin and what he has gone through trying to get it for her.
Woo! Hey, see the Washington Monument, Congress behind me? I'm in the belly of the beast, man. I drove down today from New Jersey. I really wanted to take Amtrak. That'd be $500. Well, what country, you know, what a country this is. There's more people here than the ball game. That's a quote from Godfather 2 when Frankie Pentangeli is in the courtroom. I will drop a few movie quotes now. I'm a dad, so I will footnote them, though, because one day I might want to run for president, and I don't want to be accused of plagiarizing. I'd never make it, right?
Good people should not run for office. Please do not.
Anyway, I'm from Trenton, New Jersey. I'm here to talk a little bit about my experiences with insurance and prescription prices, my observations. Story kind of starts around 2002. My wife had left her job to stay home with my one daughter, and that was the plan, and I was going to work at my job forever. And 3 months later, I got laid off. And my wife was also pregnant. And this is like a country music story song. But she was pregnant, and I didn't want to tell her because I thought I'd just get another job and tell her when I get another job. Wasn't that fun, you know? Because she was pregnant, I don't want any stress, because stress is bad for any condition, even for being perfectly healthy. Stress isn't good. So I took all the stress on myself. I wasn't eating most of the time. Anyway, I started my own business at the time just to make ends meet. And that's the plan that I stayed with for many years. And 2003, let's see, I was buying my own insurance ad for the business. And let's see, my wife delivered a baby March 30th, 2003. 033003. 3 threes. I thought 3 is a lucky number, right? It's got to be great. So when she turned 3, my daughter, the luck kind of ran out. And it was in August. She had a virus, a fever, a couple days, not a big deal. She got over it. Everything was fine. And then about a week or 2 later, my wife would call me and she said, you know, something's wrong. Kelly, something's wrong with her. She's drinking a lot of water. And I was really dumb as they come. And I said, well, you know, what's wrong with that? We should all be drinking more water. 8 glasses a day. That's what they say, according to a Dead Press song. So she said, well, you know, she's also peeing a lot. And I said, well, do I have to mansplain this, how the system works? If you drink more, you're going to pee more, right? What's wrong? So she kind of had a pause. And then she said, well, on the way home, pick up another pack of pull-up pants. If you don't know, that's babies are in diapers, and then just they graduate to pull-up pants, and then they're no more, you know, there's no more diapers or anything. And I said, well, yeah, 2 days ago, I bought like a 30-pack of pull-up pants. Well, yeah, I know. That's what I'm using. I got 4 left. And that's when I knew there was a problem. Turns out those are classic signs of type 1 diabetes. And then we found out we got diagnosed, and we found out everything we wanted to know about diabetes, but we were afraid to ask. And I know since I mentioned the word, there's a lot of misinformation. A lot of people get joke-formation. You know, diabetes, it's the Jimmy has 12 candy bars and eats 10. What'd he get? You know, okay. So cool to make jokes about deadly diseases, right? We used to call diabetes type 1, we used to call it juvenile diabetes. But it turns out half the people are over 25 when they're diagnosed. I know people personally diagnosed in their 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s. So everybody I see here is at some non-zero risk of type 1. That's why I want to just go through the little information about it. It often runs in families. I know my wife, her grandfather and uncle were type 1. But half the time it doesn't run in a family. It's the first case. It drops unexpectedly like bird poop. Notorious B.I.G. Type 1 diabetes is an autoimmune disease with no known cause. Your immune system attacks the part of the pancreas that makes insulin. And when it's done, you're no longer making insulin. It has to be delivered from outside the body. So this is, economically, this is like inelastic demand. You need it to live. Everybody I see is on insulin here. Everybody I see. Except most of us are just making it naturally for free. And that's really, you don't know what a blessing that is. Insulin's a hormone that regulates your sugar and carbs, screws glucose away. Otherwise, your body gets this need to drink a lot of water to flush it out through your kidneys. So that explains the dire thirst and the frequent urination, which is a sign of, warning sign of type 1 diabetes. I had to say that because I might save a life today by giving the information. You might hear someone talking about their kid or talking about themselves, or it might be you yourself. Not having healthcare, ability to get healthcare also increases your chance of not being diagnosed, and probably, well, not probably, if you're not diagnosed and if you don't take insulin, you're going to be dead shortly. So it's also not brought on by diet and lifestyle. Don't come up to me after this and tell me about an exercise routine or eating cinnamon or something like this. I know people diagnosed 9 months old, 7 months old, 6 months old. They're not even eating solid food. They're not even walking for months. This isn't diet exercise, you know. And you might tell me I eat a healthy diet and exercise. That's beautiful. It's fantastic. I could show you people, they were in Olympic training camps, cross-country skiing, track racing on a bike, different things like this. They were they got lower body fat than today's mortgage rates. Right. I write my own material sometimes. But they got type 1 diabetes in peak condition. So when my daughter was diagnosed, her insulin at the time was about $72 a vial. And then online I saw I could get it from Canada for $40 a vial. But, you know, the prices, I bought it sometimes, but the prices were always under $100, so it was never like earth-shattering. You might look at the shipping cost and say, just buy it down the street. But every year, the insurance I was buying for my business, it started out around $500, and every year, $650, $700, $900. I remember it was like $780 a month, and then the next year's rates came out. It went up to $910. I said it didn't even have the courtesy to waver around the $800 numbers. You know, it just skipped right up to $900. And then around the housing crisis, when we bailed out Wall Street. Around then, I had some problems, and I lost a client that was good for about $70,000 a year to me. So it was my only client, but that was like the biggest. And times are tough, and I found out we qualified for a CHIP plan now in New Jersey because of the low income. So they have those graphs with family size and income, and then if you get the CHIP plan for free, how much it will be a month. I think we were paying $150 a month for the CHIP plan. It was great insurance. It was great insurance. There was like very little copay or deductible, if at all. and covered everything. But I mean, if you need to give people without money insurance, it's got to be that way, or you might as well give them nothing. So then we got a new governor in New Jersey, and he rearranged all those rates. You might remember that governor was kind of famous, Notorious G.O.V. He was the guy on the beach, Chris Christie. Yeah, so he kind of like wrecked that whole plan, and my business was recovering. We were now in the Affordable Care Act marketplace, the good old marketplace, and the plan then was about $1,400 a month for insurance. And we couldn't wait to find any way out. So once my daughter's, the youngest, she's here. Once my daughter got into like 5th grade or so, my wife went back to work, this time for an account temp organization. And one of their benefits, they said, we have health care benefits. I said, all right, we're on. It's like, oh, not you, just the employee and her children, not the spouse. And we are still paying, this was called a MEC plan, MEC, Minimum Essential Coverage. According to the Affordable Care Act, they were covered, man. So when you hear people say, oh, the Affordable Care Act covered 20, 30 million people, I don't know how many of those were MEC plans, but you would not consider that covered. They paid nothing for nothing. I was then getting, trying to get, I used to call it soprano insurance. So it's like paying protection money to Tony, and one day someone breaks a window, and something just tells you don't bother calling Tony to get the window repaired. So I was now having difficulty finding online drugs from Canada for insulin, and I actually went to Canada for business. And one night after dinner, another guy I was working with, he had the car, so I just walked a few blocks. Canada Superstore, it's like a super Walmart. They're selling everything. They have a pharmacy, a health clinic. I went in there. I was just looking for information. I didn't have any of her prescription slips or anything to buy, I didn't think. Well, they said, yeah, $34 for a Humalog insulin, fast-acting insulin. $34 Canadian, so 27 US. And they sold me a half dozen vials. Now, if you saw a half dozen vials of insulin here, you would say, oh, that's a half dozen vials of insulin. But for me, I see that as August, September, October, November, December, and January, that my daughter will be alive. So it's a different thing to me. I walked back to the hotel. I was in this mix of rage and happiness that I got the insulin, but sadness and tears. And I was furious with the insurance and pharma. They were just treating my daughter like a cash cow for life. That's all they saw her as. And she's so much more. I also went to Mexico for work. Was able to do the same thing there, no scripts. Went to the pharmacy. I don't speak Spanish, but I took my phone out with a picture of a Humalog vial. And the lady's like, oh, okay. Smiled and went in the back room, came out with a box of a vial of insulin. And I didn't know much Spanish, but I was like, cuatro, por favor? She like smiled, came back with 4 more. So that's 5. I got 5 from there. So November, December, January, February, March. She'll live to her next birthday. Around this time, I did find an online Canadian pharmacy. They were legit selling insulin, about $50 a vial. So much better than the $300 or so that it was in the U.S. I didn't have any coverage yet because I'm buying insulin, and I didn't want to spend $700 just for me, and I'm healthy as a horse, I thought. And so I didn't have coverage for a couple. I just tried not to climb ladders and hope for the best. And I paid the tax penalty. Thank you. Thank you. Got you nothing. I was also buying Advair for another family member from Canada. down the street at the CVS, they won $180 for a disc of, they call it a disc, the little inhaler. $180 for 1 month. In Canada, I was able to order 6 of them for $180. So the same money gets you 6 months or 1 month. Okay? And then they tried to screw that up too on me. My government did it. Yeah, the former guy. The former guy. They met at the White House with people from Visa, MasterCard, PayPal, American Express, Carte Blanche, Diners Club, I guess, all of them. And they decided not to accept charges from Canadian online pharmacies. So now when I went to go buy my asthma inhalers for my wife, okay, they now said, oh, you can't pay with a charge card. Like, so you had to go back to old school and either mail them a check, or then they had something that you could, I took a picture of a check I made out to them, emailed that to them. But boy, that seems really shady if you've never worked with this company before. Like, I got to mail them pictures of checks. What are they up to? When I say the former guy, Barack Obama. Barack Obama did this. And he's in the same party that gave us NAFTA. He shoved NAFTA up our dupa. And I don't know if you thought you were going to learn any Polish words today, but there's one you could figure out. He gave us, Democrats gave us NAFTA. They told us how free trade would be so good for us. And here's free trade. I'm trying to buy insulin and asthma inhalers from Canada. Not for you, man. Not for you. Not for you, or you, or you. You either. Sorry. So we were still on the Sopranos insurance plan, which qualified my wife and kids as covered. And then we were able to get a loyalty card. You hear these copay cards. A loyalty card for Tresiba. And instead of $450, it was now $15. Okay, great. That was great. And you'll hear about these copay cards and things like, see, the industry really cares. And now the awful Sopranos insurance we were under, it was coming to an end. My wife was getting a new job, and it was going to have real insurance. And then it was just that time, like the last 10 days of the old insurance was coming to an end. And my daughter told me she's on the last vial of Tresiba, which is a long-acting insulin. And I said, okay, well, let me just go down, use the copay card, get it for $15. And I went down to the pharmacy, and they said, boy, it's not going through. And I'm talking to Novo Nordisk and people on the phone, and they said, oh, that Sopranos insurance, they took Tresiba off the formulary, so this doesn't work anymore. I said, well, what about loyalty? Huh? Loyalty. They took it off the formulary, but I'm loyal to you guys, right? That's not how, I guess we got a different definition of loyalty. It was no good. So I left, again, not the first time, I left life-saving medicine for a family member at the pharmacy. And when you drive home, even if there's no traffic, that's like road rage. And just so angry. And I went home, and then I'm looking at the vial of insulin that she has. And I'm an engineer, so I'm measuring it, the whole vial. I'm measuring the level it's at, and I'm trying to calculate how many days left we have. Will we bridge the gap to the new insurance kicking in? And then also the new insurance kicks in on a Saturday, so if there's any problem with the way the paperwork was filled in, like, we ain't gonna figure it out till Monday. But we did make it. We did make it. So, and we didn't get ripped for $450. So I'll get through this. So this also happened. Now we have fantastic insurance now, right? Like, you wouldn't believe how good our insurance is now. The thing is, it's so expensive, but it's paid for by an employer. So people with good insurance paid for by their employer. Most of them have no idea what it costs them, but they really ought to understand that's money they're working for. Like, that's compensation. And that's money because they're working for these people, and it's over $35,000 a year. Okay, plus we're kicking in another $2,400. So we pay for a $12 copay for insulin now, and if they ship it to us, it's free. It sounds great, but my wife's working $35,000 worth of work that she never even sees the money of that pays for that. So it's a big joke on us. I'm not happy with that either. So even with the good insurance, you still get a scare. My daughter was down 10 hours away in Carolina in first year of college, and she called up one Sunday night and said, I'm out of the Lantus insulin. The vial broke or something. I don't have any more. So she went to the CVS there, and she wasn't ready. It wasn't due for a new prescription. So you'd have to call the insurance company and get an exemption to get an emergency vial. And then no one's there on Sunday, though. So she left insulin back at the pharmacy, too. And then I got to tell you, I texted her Monday morning, like, hey, how you doing? Like 6:30 in the morning. How you feeling? How is everything? I wanted to know how she's feeling, but I just wanted to see any response because it was almost like, are you alive? And then she took her time texting back, but an hour later, okay. And I was like, great. Okay, good. And then she went, the insurance company okayed it, $12 copay. What a difference a day makes. So if this happened in Canada, because I know people will tell me, like, oh, you know, she should have an extra, she should do this, you should do that, but stop punching down. This is a bad system. In Canada, I would just say, well, head over to Canadian Superstore and get it for $40 or whatever. That's the end of the day, you know. But here, I asked them, like, what if we just ponied up the money that night, Sunday night, and paid for Lantus and worried about it later? How much would that cost? I thought it'd be $300-400. $900. They wanted $900 for a freaking gun to your head, your money or your life. And they said $900, but they said there's some kind of coupon or a card, a Good RX card. It might get it down to $600. I said, you know, she took a lot of dance lessons in her life, like since she was walking, and maybe she could tap dance for 10 minutes and get it for $350. You know, maybe. What if I say the alphabet backwards? Can we get it for $100? ZYXWVU TSR QPO NML KGI GFETCBA? Nothing? Hey, maybe they'll have those cold cards and you scratch it off. I got 25% off. This is a game. They're playing games with people for life-saving medication that people depend on, and you're just depending on games. So sometime around 2016, I saw a tweet or a post by Bernie Sanders asking about people who've had problems with prescription drugs. Because at the time, he'd been taking busloads of people to Canada to buy medicine. And it's a $5,000 ride, baby, right there, as the ambulance goes by. Whew! Hope you're covered. Hope you don't have the Sopranos insurance. You might as well dump you right in the river. So we made a video. It had a couple million views. I was in the video, and they sprang it out one day. My daughter came home the next day from school, and she said all the kids were coming up to her that they saw her on the video online. I don't know, these kids are 6th or 7th grade, and they're watching Bernie Sanders videos, but I think that's really cool. That's pretty good. They're getting a good start. So working with his staff, I figured out the racket of why these prices are going so high, because you've probably seen the chart with like every year and then the price of insulin, and then it just starts climbing up and up, and it looks like a double diamond ski slope from one direction, and it looks like Alpe d'Huez from another direction if you're into cycling at all. But they will tell you when they testify to Congress, etc., they'll say, you know, we raised our list prices and sure, our revenue grew, but the costs went up and the profits were kind of flat. They didn't really make that much more profit. And I'm thinking, well, how could that be? What else was increasing so fast and so high along with the list price? And the answer is rebates. Rebates in the pharmaceutical industry. So they sell insulin to insurers for a high list price, and then they rebate most of that back. So they probably end up paying about the Canadian price. Because if some guy from Trenton, New Jersey can figure out insulin is $27 in Canada, some smart MBA from insurance companies could also figure that out, and they know the target to get their final cost for insulin to. But why are they churning all this money, like writing big checks to pharma and then getting huge rebates back? And there's only two reasons I could ever think of. One of them is that high list price. When you say $450 for insulin, it scares the hell out of you. And it makes you say, you know what? I really should buy that better premium. I should go from bronze to silver or silver to gold or whatever, and I should really do this. So it's good for their business. It's good marketing because it scares the hell out of everybody. But then there has to be something else, right? And talking to the people at Bertie's office, I found out it was actually in the Affordable Care Act. They had a halfway good idea in the Affordable Care Act called the 80% rule. The 80% rule says all the premium money they bring in, they have to spend 80% of that on health care. Hospital, ambulance that went by, doctor's visits, prescription drugs. They got to spend 80%. If they don't spend at least 80%, they got to lower their premiums. Well, they don't want to do that. And also, this, if you notice, that limits their profit margins. It limits the profits. Insurance. There's no way they can make more than 20% if everybody were volunteering to work for them and they had no overhead. They couldn't make more than 20% profit. So they don't like that either. So what they do, or what it turns out they do, they bargain, negotiate for a higher list price coupled with a higher rebate. Now they have a lot of pull. You know, they're like Luca Brasi when they negotiate. And what they can do is, if you don't play the game with them, we're not going to use Humalog from Lilly. We're going to go to Novo Nordisk and get Novolog. And these insulins are like Coke and Pepsi. You know, they're kind of interchangeable for most people. So what are they doing, right? They're paying these high list prices. They're getting the big rebates back. The rebates don't count towards the 80% rule. So they get to tell you, we paid $500 for insulin every month. We got $450 back. No, that doesn't count for the 80% rule. That's like a backdoor to profits for the insurance companies. So that was my big discovery. We got more time? Thank you, everybody.
Okay, I'm being reminded we have tons of ice and water over in the shade. We also have fans that say M for all, and umbrellas, fun things like that. So anyone, sunscreen, anyone who is feeling parched or like there's a nice breeze, but just in case. So the next person we have speaking is Reggie, who is also one of the poets I was connected with.
Woo! Thank you so much, Joy. Give yourself a big warm round of applause. Shout out to all of you for being here. My name is Reggie Cabico. I am a queer poet, a child of Filipino immigrants. I am here. Shout out to Sue Scheid, who is a co-chair board member for Split This Rock right here in DC. This poem is dedicated to those 35 million Americans who have diabetes, to the 7 million Americans who have yet to be diagnosed, to the independent contractors like me who did not know they had diabetes for decades and almost died without Obamacare. So this poem is called A Curse to Diabetes. Dear diabetes, I see a reflection in the rearview mirror. Your brown body buttered in bolognese. Your laugh slaps my skin like a light-headed siren call of pancakes. I know you intoxicate me into a full moon of cocktails and midnight carbs. You feed off the M&Ms I inhale on a grant deadline. You, diabetes, are the coconut brownie I chew on when I'm about to teach school kids poetry spells and rhymes to write. You know me, diabetes, as I know my colonizing nemesis of fried spam and longanisa. I splurge myself with you. You are the lover that wants to feed the hollow scruff-wolfing suitors with spades of white rice. But I say no to you, diabetes. You will not take my limbs or eyes or tire me. I curse you, diabetes. You will not slow me from writing or drag me off stage from screwing my head with glucose. You will not pluck my pancreas like Prometheus, chained to your rock of sweetness. I will not accept you as my collaborator or as my mentee. My reflection is more than my pinata stomach and tiny hammock chin. I will release you by binging on raw apples. I will be fierce, flirting with sailors and bearded bears, seductively sipping lemon splash seltzers in bars. Be gone, diabetes, you will be gone from my blood. I will not forget the leche flan and lechon I grew up on, or my shame to be an artist, a poet without a blue cross and blue shield. I will take this curse to the river as I imagine my blood flowing onward and freely, and toss you in a blaze of sugar stomped like frosted flakes on my heels, hitting treadmills. I see you, diabetes, and I am getting my reflection back. Repeat after me: improved and expanded Medicare for all.
I'm glad I went before these speakers, because how do you follow things like that? So our next speaker is the third poet. So it's Dr. Casey Catherine Moore. Woo.
Good afternoon. Thank you guys for being out here in the heat all day long. I'm so thankful to be here. Thank you, Savage Joy. I'm really excited to do this event with my poet friends. So I'm going to do two short poems, but I'm going to talk a little bit beforehand. I am multi-disabled, but you can't see it. I I thrive under mental illness. I'm bipolar 1, I'm ADHD, I have a hearing disability, and I have complex PTSD. So, and those illnesses, even though most were not diagnosed until after high school, they have really shaped my life, and access to care for those illnesses have shaped my life as a disabled person and as a 15-year veteran teacher. I remember in graduate school, I'm off my parents' insurance. I'm a millennial, so I'm before ACA. And I go to the pharmacy and I go to get my meds that I've been taking for 3 years that have kept me really, really stable post-diagnosis. And they say $874. And I didn't know at 22 that different pharmacies, there were different amounts. I didn't know until a year in that I had to go to compounding pharmacies. I didn't know that when I went to study for graduate education, that I would have to take out student loans for medicine that I need to be successful. And then seeing it as a teacher, I feel like my whole life for myself and with students is you are constantly trying to get people to hear you. And it's not that they can't hear you, it's that they make too much money on keeping people sick. And they don't listen. I've seen students fall through the cracks because we didn't get help fast enough. We wait until things are so bad. So the first poem I'm going to read is about that. I want to give a shout out to some people I've been working with doing more intensive care and group therapy for listening to this poem, for sharing their stories, because it made me feel not alone in this, that mentally ill people are often, we feel like no one is listening. We feel like we have to wait until we're in the hospital, our lives completely blown apart before we get help. This poem is called H-E-L-P. We, the mad, are often dangerously close to death. We, the mad, are often dangerously close to death by the time they see that our troubles are not solely fueled by our own forces. We are ignored by systems, by money, by people who don't see us as people. We have told you through words and actions, whispers and screams, jokes and admonitions that our sanity is not what it seems. The weight of our own words is never heavy enough, never compelling enough to convince you of our mortal miseries. They admit madness as power when they can see it. Gushing, flaming, rocketing, smashing. Only when poisons are excreted from our pores, stream from our eyes, or hemorrhage from our veins. Only when we turn into tornadoes, raising relationships, businesses, and everyone's trust. Only when comets erupt from our darting eyes and howling mouths and shaky brains. Only when our fists go through faces and pretenses and the systems that shame us. Sometimes it's too late because they pretend they don't hear us, because help is remote. We die first. The letter H still rattling in the back of our throats. Woo! Thank you. Okay, one more shorter one. So I was so happy to hear Zach speak today. I teach high school. I love teenagers. And I do want to say at any rally I'm ever at that we need to listen to them. They are compassionate in a way that we and people older than us aren't. They think outside of binaries in a way that we don't. And they have so much good in them and so much good to say. And I had a difficult year disability-wise, especially with bipolar stuff. And in the spring, I never felt like I could take time to take care of it. I never could get enough time off and be financially okay to do the work that I needed to do to be my healthiest self. While I'm in the classroom telling my kids, you have to take care of yourself. You have to ask for help. You have to take breaks. But I wasn't doing that very well for myself. And this most recent episode that I had in the spring, it was students who got me to get help, to finally pull my friends together, figure out how I can get the help I need, because they are so intuitive and they really, really listen. So this poem is for them. I coach Slam Poetry Club, and I asked them to write a poem about what color they felt like and why, which is a really common thing for me. You should try it when you get home. And I start writing, and as I'm writing, I realize that I'm sick, and they had been trying to tell me. It's called, I asked my students to write what color they are and why I cannot pick one. I am burnt orange around a solar eclipse, not fully in flames, not quite seething eruption, but boiling. I write to myself, I want to fly under those flames to get to the other side where I'm a phoenix. Can I do that without incinerating first? I seek something below red, below orange. I pretend to be brown roots reaching with my fingers deep into the earth. I pretend I am someone who is not groundless, someone who is not scattered winds between leaves, someone who does not have 1,000 faces, someone who does not deceive. In every space, in every season, I am shifting, depending on where you stand in my comet's descent, how far you are away from me, and how far away I am from myself. I see them scribbling away, authentic, sincere, brave. They are never far away. They see in many angles. They see all the shifts in me. They can see each face as its own, and I can never lie to them anyway. Thank you, guys.
So our next speaker is originally from Jamaica, and he has come here from Michigan to speak. He did a documentary on Flint, so he knows what's going on for sure. So, Dr. Cedric Taylor.
Hello, everyone. My work on the production of the documentary Nor Any Drop to Drink, Flint's Water Crisis is probably the most impactful thing that I've done as a sociologist and as a filmmaker. My academic and creative work in Flint put me in a position to intimately convey the lived experiences of people in that community, a community that is undergoing one of the most tragic public health disasters in recent memory. I think at this point, virtually everyone has seen the headlines. A city of 100,000 being exposed to water contamination, contaminated with bacteria, lead, and other heavy metals. The available data says that between 6,000 and 12,000 children were exposed, all because the authorities failed to put in place corrosion controls. However, my experiences with that community tell me there is much, much more to those headlines and the statistics that you may have heard. My experiences filming there lay bare the connections between unbridled neoliberalism, environmental injustice, and the disastrous health outcomes of our most vulnerable. It has been a few years since we wrapped up production, but the stories that were shared with me still haunt. I often think about Kerry Weber, a working class mom who lives with her husband Mike and her two daughters, Victoria and Stephanie. One day, Kerry is in the kitchen and she hears her husband scream out from the living room, and she rushes in and sees her husband sitting there in panic. For no apparent reason, the vision in his left eye had suddenly dimmed, and moments later, he couldn't see anything out of that eye at all. It was in the doctor's office that they learned that he had suffered an eye stroke. The retinal specialist surmised that Mike had developed a blood clot which blew in his eye, or more likely, his blood pressure got so high he simply popped an artery. Either way, the doctor believed that exposure to Flint's contaminated water was the cause. Today, Kerry's husband is partially blind and has subsequently suffered a full brain stroke. Today, Kerry's daughter, Victoria, is coping with profound organ damage, while her other daughter, Stephanie, is coping with the psychological trauma of nearly dying from Legionella disease. Now, for some, if this story is evoking a visceral response, if this story is making you uncomfortable, even sick to your stomach, then all I can say is good. Because I honestly cannot think of any other way to convey to folks on the other side of this healthcare debate what the stakes are, how high the stakes are. Ultimately, beyond all the data, beyond all the statistics, the demand for universal healthcare is about lives. Today, the Weber family, like many others in Flint, bear physical and psychological scars from the crisis. And on top of everything, expenses, on top of everything, they are in financial ruin. Expenses from that first stroke forced them to put $10,000 on a credit card. Today, almost 7 years after the fact, that credit card still has a balance of $9,000. Hospital stays, visits with specialists, x-rays, tests, prescriptions, all of these have been accompanied by out-of-pocket expenses that have just added up. The result, a family that once prided itself on being financially responsible is now drowning in debt. Because of out-of-pocket expenses, the Webers, who have been psychologically traumatized, have had to stop going for counseling. To this day, Mike cannot step into a shower without experiencing a panic attack. Because of the out-of-pocket expenses, the Webers have had to prioritize certain health issues over others. And they have had to, from time to time, make decisions between medication and food. Carrie's daughter, Stephanie, is currently on Medicaid, but she will soon age out. Next year, she will have to find her own insurance with the pre-existing conditions that she got from the Flint water crisis. Now, I've been talking about the Weber family with their permission, of course, but it should be obvious that they are not alone. There are many folks like them in Flint and around the country, folks whose health is compromised not of their own volition, but as a consequence of the structures that have given rise to environmental issues. Environmental injustice, beg your pardon. Racial discrimination in environmental policymaking, weak environmental regulations, and the deliberate targeting of communities of color disproportionately place the socioeconomically deprived Black, brown, and indigenous people on the front lines of environmental harms. Through our collective inaction, the most vulnerable among us are sacrificed in the name of industry and unfettered capitalism. I contend that for environmental justice communities, class action settlements are not enough. Targeted piecemeal legislation is not enough. There is no evidence. There's no evidence that these things have or will provide all the necessary funding for affected communities, especially in the long term. And if we understand that Flint is the proverbial canary in the coal mine, then we should understand that there are likely countless occurrences of environmental injustice all over the country that have not yet been uncovered, but are nevertheless making people sick. We should not wait for the next case of environmental injustice to come to light in order to take action and provide healthcare. This is not merely a theoretical proposition. These are lives we're talking about. For those who call America home, we must ask ourselves, do we accept the status quo, a reality of an America where so-called disposable communities are sacrificed and where injustice is an outcome of business as usual? Or do we collectively move to ensure that as a first step toward restoring justice for marginalized communities, the necessary steps should be taken to make them whole again? Do we demand that communities that have been environmentally harmed by corporate interests receive the necessary resources to heal? Do we demand that if people are harmed by their government, they should be taken care of by their government? Do we dare to strive, if not for the America that we are now, then the promise of what an America could be? I contend that universal health care must be a critical part of achieving a truly just society. A society where high-quality health care is a human right, where everyone, regardless of zip code, socioeconomic position, or race, is fully covered. No copays, no deductibles for any health service that is required in the short or long term. This means that families like the Webbers will not have to debate and convince insurance companies of a direct link between their exposure to environmental hazards today and their illnesses 5 to 10 years from now. Universal health care would mean there is a structure in place for families to face whatever challenges emerge. There are those that believe a slow, gradual reform of the current for-profit system is the way forward. They believe that any sudden moves will scare away stakeholders from compromise. I contend that such an approach is unacceptable because it will cost lives. Know that there are entities that are deeply invested in upholding the status quo. These interests who profit from healthcare, from the healthcare system as it is, have demonstrated that they are prepared to fight tooth and nail to fend off even small threats to their profits. The stories you have heard today are both sad and infuriating. But this is not an occasion to dwell in despair. This is a call to action. Today, we voice our support for HR 1976. We voice our support for the expansion of Medicare, which would provide comprehensive benefits for everyone in the United States. Let your political representatives know in no uncertain terms that you demand they stand against the inadequate medical care that exists under the current system. Let's play the long game. Find out who your political representatives are. Find out where they stand and ask them to commit to sign on to universal healthcare legislation. If there are representatives on the fence, let's continue to organize, develop campaigns to move them or remove them. Let them know that the will of the people supersedes the interests of big insurance and drug corporations. Let's keep our sleeves rolled up, because long after this day, the work of organizing, educating, and agitating will continue. Thank you.
Hey, where's the documentary?
It's on Vimeo.
Where can we find it? Oh, Vimeo.
Vimeo.
Vimeo. Oh, thank you.
So next we have Dr. Anna Malinow, who has helped us organize and came here all the way from California.
Well, hello, single-payer people. Thank you so much for hanging on. Let's make some noise. What do we want? Medicare for all. When do we want it? What do we want? When do we want it? Everybody in? Everybody in? All right, I love that energy. Thank you, thank you. It's really great to be here. And before I get started, I really want to thank some individuals for making this happen. So March for Medicare for All started this planning many months ago, and I want to thank our wonderful MC, Savage Joy. Thank you for this great effort. I want to thank all of our volunteers, and I'm going to forget some: Emily, Lauren, Ricky. Okay, so I'm forgetting already. And then I also want to thank Elizabeth, who worked so hard. Unfortunately, she wasn't able to make it, and we are here because of Elizabeth. So thank you so much, Elizabeth. I want to thank our ASL. Thank you so much. I want to thank all of our volunteers, the people distributing all the water. Thank you. You're making this a great success, and small gatherings have really been at the head of big change in this country. So my name, yes, is Anna Malino. I'm a pediatrician. I am past president of Physicians for a National Health Program, and I am one of the lead organizers, thank you, for National Single Payer. We are a national organization of social justice movements just like yours, united by three non-negotiable demands. One, healthcare is a human right. Everybody in, nobody out. Say it after me.
Everybody in, nobody out.
Everybody in, nobody out. Two, healthcare must be free from corporate profit. Everybody in, nobody out. And three, healthcare can only be established through national legislation.
Yes.
Everybody in, nobody out. So let's go through our three demands. What does it mean when we say healthcare is a human right? Well, a human right starts at birth, not at 65. A human right means we do not go bankrupt from medical bills. Healthcare is a human right means everyone, from conception to death, has the right to comprehensive, accessible, affordable, universal, gender-affirming, anti-racist, non-incremental, equitable healthcare for all. Now, do you think this is going to be handed to us? No. Are we going to have to fight for it? Absolutely. Now, second demand. What does it mean when we say healthcare must be free from corporate profit? Well, let me tell you that while we were busy organizing this march for Medicare's birthday, so happy birthday, Medicare, government officials this past week, medical professional societies like the AMA, academic institutions from Harvard to Stanford, and health policy think tanks, and over 30 corporations, publicly traded, investor-owned corporations, convened at a summit. To do what? Do you think that they convened to protect Medicare? Absolutely not. They convened to hand Medicare to Wall Street. Yes, absolutely. Now, don't let them fool you. They hawk value, they hawk accountability, they hawk equity, as if corporations that created the inequality in the first place could ever achieve health equity. So, you think that Wall Street is just going to give up? No way, no way. We're going to have to fight for Medicare for all. Now, demand number three. What does it mean when we say healthcare for all can only be achieved through national legislation? Well, should we leave Medicaid expansion to the states? Should we leave abortion rights to the states? Should we leave voting rights to the states? Should we leave healthcare rights to the states? Absolutely. States' rights have never moved this country forward. In fact, it's always moved us backwards. There is no incremental program that can ease us step by step, state by state, to the removal of the corporate powers and to private insurance companies. Private insurance companies corporate profits must be removed from the system through national legislation. Thank you. This is our crisis moment. COVID-19 has proven how ineffective, inefficient, inhumane, and honestly, indifferent our healthcare system is. 1 million dead from COVID, 339,000 of which could have been prevented had we had a national health program. And I will tell you, all of us here today, we are going to be living 2.5 years less because our life expectancy went down by almost 2.5 years during the pandemic. But this loss in life expectancy was highly racialized. Blacks have lost 3 years in life expectancy, and Native Americans have lost almost 5 years in life expectancy. Is this fair? Is this equitable? Does this add value? No. Wall Street is not going to save us from this. And while Americans died, the 3 largest health insurance companies, let's call them out, United Healthcare, Humana, Anthem, saw their profits double. And the pre-tax profits of Pfizer, BioNTech, Moderna are how much? $1,000 per second. So since I've been up here talking, and I know that I'm going on, they've made $300,000. And how much are they going to make today to celebrate Medicare's birthday? $84 million. Today and tomorrow and the next day and the day after that, unless we stop them. Now we think this is normal. Well, breaking news. This is not normal. It's not normal to go bankrupt because you were uninsured during COVID. It's not normal to, it's not normal to go bankrupt because you were sick, and it's not normal to die from COVID because you were uninsured. And it's not normal to wait until you're 65 to get on Medicare. Where else? Where else? It's not normal to profit from other people's misery. This is American exceptionalism. Our malady is to think that we are exceptional when really we are alone. The imagination of our people in this country is so stunted that all we can imagine are dental visits for seniors and cheap eyeglasses for seniors. When just about everyone else on earth has world-class, excellent healthcare for much less, what do we demand? What can we imagine? Dental cleaning. Well, our job today is to open up people's imagination to what is possible and to what is our right. We are here, I'm not the first one to say this, speaking truth to power, because we know that power concedes nothing without a demand. And here are our demands. We have 3 non-negotiable demands. Healthcare is a human right. Say it after me. Healthcare is a human right.
Healthcare is a human right.
Thank you. Everybody in, nobody out.
Everybody in, nobody out.
Healthcare must be free from corporate profit.
Healthcare must be free from corporate profit.
Everybody in, nobody out.
Everybody in, nobody out.
Healthcare must be achieved through national legislation.
Healthcare must be achieved through national legislation.
Everybody in, nobody out.
Everybody in, nobody out.
Thank you.
Woo!
So our next speaker, you heard from earlier, he gave the demands. Jeff Ginter, he works in healthcare, and he spoke last year as well. He came from New Jersey.
Garden State.
It's you.
Yes, as best I can. I still came from New Jersey this year too. All right, so this is where things are going to get real. What we have right here is awesome. I love you all. This is insufficient. I'm sorry to be a downer. This is insufficient. Any march that starts at one point, ends at another point, insufficient. Everyone back there knows that they're expecting us to go home after this and do nothing but pat ourselves in the back, did a good job. You know, maybe we pissed some people off, maybe we did this, maybe we did that, who knows. But they know they can ride this out. They rode it out last year, they're going to ride it out this year. A march is useful when and exclusively if it is an invitation to extended, long-lasting, personal sacrifice, direct action. That is what is needed. For over 150 years, the working class understood what it took to get the powers that be to actually do their goddamn jobs. And we have forgotten that. We have abandoned direct action. We have abandoned general strikes. We have abandoned militancy in service of just vote. You got to vote. You got to vote hard. Oh, I do. I vote hard every 2 years with my middle finger. Fuck you. But it's insufficient. Yes, everyone must vote, and there's numerous reasons why you must, but you don't ever have to vote for who they tell you to. Not once. If the person you want to vote for isn't on the ballot, write someone in. You want to get closer to 100% voter participation, nothing will turn the oligarchs' bowels to water faster than realizing that we are all active, that no one stays home. But no one is going to come out if most people have already seen that no matter who occupies those offices, nothing changes. They're not lazy. They're not apathetic. They're the only ones who have seen the truth. When you're going to have to wait for hours and hours and hours in line. And I'm sure you've heard in Georgia, it's illegal. What we're doing right here, giving people food and water, can't do in Georgia. They're waiting for hours and hours, tired and hungry. People aren't going to do that when they know that the whole system is rigged. No matter who gets in there, we die. So what's the missing ingredient? There were two, and Steve Grumbine started off with this. You must understand how the federal government actually works. It is not a household. It is not a state. It is not a municipality. It has given unto itself the exclusive right to have the legal authority to marshal whatever resources it wants to do whatever it wants. And you see this everywhere. Whenever someone that they like wants something, it's done in a heartbeat. When Wall Street needs to be bailed out, it happens like that. They don't even debate it. Don't fucking tell me that Congress is too slow to act, that they can't get shit done fast. When their corporate masters want it, it gets done. Gets done in seconds. So if they want to do it, they can do it. I want everyone to understand this. What matters to the federal government, not your state government, not your municipal government, to the federal government, the only thing that matters is, can it be done in reality? And I'm not talking political reality, I'm talking in reality. Do they have the real resources available to give us Medicare for all? Do we have enough doctors? Do we have enough nurses, hospitals, clinics? Do we have enough pharmaceutical companies making the needed medications? Do we have enough medical manufacturers making the x-ray machines and the MRIs? If we have these things, the federal government can pay for it in seconds. It takes a vote and a signature, and that's it. If we don't have it, and they still sign, we're going to have wait times. Because if you have the right to see a dentist, but there aren't enough dentists, when you make your appointment, say, yes, we can absolutely see you. You have a right to be seen. We'll see you in 5 years. We're already booked that far out. So when they make their legislation, one of the first things they have to do is assess the real resource capacity of our existing resources to be able to provide what we need. And if we don't have enough doctors, if we don't have enough nurses, if we don't have enough dentists, then those are resources that can be created. We can train them, we can import them. With the financial resources that the federal government has, if they want to go to the rest of the world and say, come be a doctor here, we will fund 100% of your practice, 100% of your research. We will get that shit done. If we don't have enough hospitals, 300 hospitals have closed over the last several years. They're just sitting there abandoned. We can retrofit them. We can get them back up and running. We can put clinics on every corner. The limits are the limits of your imagination. And I want to emphasize that. It's your imagination. They won't do it. You have to push them. 70% of the people say they want a national single-payer health care plan. Most of those people get easily scared off. Not just by Fox News, also by MSNBC, CNN, the Wall Street Journal, the Washington Post, the New York Times. All these people that are owned by who? Corporations. They get scared off by how expensive it's going to be. When they ask, how are you going to pay for it? We should all be perfectly aware now. That's not the question they're asking. They're not asking, how are you going to pay for it? They're asking, who are you going to force pay for it? Are you going to tax the rich? Are you going to tax the poor? Are you going to tax the middle class? Who is paying for it? Bullshit! That's not how the federal government spends. That is not how they operate. They don't tax the rich to get that money and put it into a pool and then divvy it out. Tax the rich. Yes, tax them into the fucking Stone Age. They're way too rich. They use their riches to gather all the resources that we need to live, and they hoard it for themselves. Corporations are buying up aquifers, the natural water supply, the building blocks of life. And corporations have acquired the legal authority to own all that shit. It's ours. It belongs to the people. But the people will not take possession. Why? Because they've been convinced that they can't. They've been convinced that it's too expensive. They've been convinced that their betters know better. I'm here to tell you that is fucking bullshit. They do not know better than you. But they do know some things most people don't, because they've spent the better part of 5 decades telling you that taxes will pay for spending. That if you want X amount of dollars for social programs, then you have to cut programs here or raise revenue there. No, you don't. That has never been the case. We could take a vast swath of the American population who otherwise want these things to happen. But 2 things happen because they're afraid of the cost. They either say they want it, but they're not going to fight for it. You're not going to be an obstacle, but they're not going to be an ally. And we need them to be allies. Or they're going to actively fight against you. I'm already taxed too much, I can't afford any more. That's not how it works. And they need to know, because we need them to come out and fight. Because we got 50 people here. Out of 360 million people, 50 people came out today. And I love you all for coming out. But this is not enough. We need more. The American Northwest, the Southwest is going to be out of water in just a number of years. The southern part of Africa is pretty much already done. You're not going to hear that on the mainstream media. They don't want to start a panic. No, they just don't want to tell you what the fuck is going on. They don't want to tell you what the result of colonialism is, what the result of extraction from those shithole countries. They're not shithole countries. They're beautiful, incredibly powerful, rich countries. There's a reason we go there and steal everything that they have. The countries are rich. The people are poor. That's because of us. And if we're not actively fighting against that, we're passively saying, okay. Yes, silence is violence. What I'm asking of each and every one of you is a massive undertaking. We are overburdened. Climate change is coming for us. We have no possibility of getting health care today. We are overly policed, overly stimulated, overworked, underpaid, stressed out beyond all capacity for reason. And despite this, I am telling you, it is not over. We still have a chance to turn all of this around. But it won't happen with a march. It won't happen with a sternly worded letter campaign.
It won't happen by the Green New Deal. You quote valid problems that we need to work on, real solutions.
Who is government, sir? Tell me right now. Who is government?
It's us. Yeah, you can say that. Or government. Did you pass any laws this week?
The problem, sir, is that the people that are in government stole the government.
That's true.
Then what the fuck are you talking about?
I'm talking about that shit right there.
You're talking about that shit? Healthcare for everyone. You think that's shit?
Yeah. Wow.
What the fuck are you doing here?
I was coming by and I heard your mouth telling me.
And I'm hearing a mouth from you saying that we deserve to die.
No, you don't deserve to die.
Then what the fuck are you talking about?
You deserve to tell me I have to pay for it.
You're not paying for it. You need to pay attention.
You think it's going to be free?
I think it's going to be done with public money. The federal government is not financially constrained. Your taxes do not fund federal spending. That is the point. It never has. It never will.
Have you ever seen a large federal program work?
I have seen a whole group of people get together, buy the government, and make things not work on purpose. That's what I have seen.
You are being extremely disrespectful to our speakers, and you need to go. Keep your mouth shut.
I have the same right as you have.
We have a permit.
I'm speaking real
We have
a permit.
But you don't understand what the problem is or the solution. You think the government is something outside of yourself. If you're not going to take the government, then the government will be outside yourself. That's the way it works. The problem is corruption. The problem is who occupies that office. And if you're not going to be part of the solution to get them out and be the government, then you don't know what you're talking about, sir.
I agree with. We need to do just that.
And when we do that, we will have all the resources we need to get that. You're not paying for it. He's not paying for it. She's not paying for it. We, the people, are paying for it. Money is a legal contract.
Maybe that remains to be seen. Step number one, get them out.
No. Step number one, build a movement that will make them do whatever we tell them to do, regardless of who is in there. You want to make it electoral? No matter who you send in there, they will be bought and sold by the time they've been sworn in. We don't have time for that. So we need to build a movement that will say, I don't give a shit who's in there. We're going to make you do it no matter who you are. Republican, Democrat, Green, Independent, Libertarian, don't give a shit. General strike, mutual aid. You have to make them hurt. Yes, we do. And when are you going to be one of those people? Instead of just running your mouth, when are you going to be one of those people? Okay. Thank you very much. What we need is a general strike. Bring them to their knees. Nothing less will do. We don't have time for anything less. Even if you think we do for healthcare, we do not when it comes to climate change. Big and bold is all we have left if we want to live. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we have one of the most important, powerful people who are in our lives today. She is a Black Panther. She is a mutual aid queen. She was on the March on Washington. She was a student of Malcolm X. She is power. And she inspires me every day. She was here last year. She was on our show. And everyone better be quiet, because she deserves respect. And she deserves to be heard. So please welcome Reverend Annie Chambers.
Give us just a quick moment to get Reverend Annie on the stage. If you don't already follow us on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Reddit, YouTube, you can follow us there, and TikTok. Zach runs our TikTok. He's right there. Thank you, Zach. Thank you for your patience. You know, what happened there? That needs to happen.
That's the problem, man. We're on the same team. But
We're on the same team. A lot of people don't realize we're on the same team, folks. We get screwed by the same people. Am I right?
Fucking A.
Just have to find a common dialogue. And it's hard, especially in 2022.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Oh, I see. Okay.
No, you're fine. Thank you for your patience. It'll be worth it. Trust me on this one. It's so worth it.
Don't apologize. Okay, there we go.
We're just going.
See, I won't right there. It's like another chair there. Yeah, just set that same chair right there. And I'll set it and rub my mouth. Okay. There we go. Good as new. Good afternoon, and thank everybody for their wait. And it is a pleasure being here, because when I was asked, I did put off something else, but I could not miss this. Healthcare, medical care, all I feel is a human right. All over the world, there should be health care. In some of the countries that we mock, people get the very best health care. I'm a product of Minister Malcolm X. I'm a Black Panther. I had the opportunity for the many years of going back and forth to Cuba. And some of my sisters and brothers are still there that was in the party with me. Health care in a country that we put a blockade around, and we denied goods. People got the very best health care you can get. Some of the finest doctors and health care providers in the world is in Cuba. Now, I sat here with a heavy heart today, because when COVID struck, I work with people like myself who are poor, unemployed, and poor, low-class working people. And I see people fall dead in the street. The hospitals turned them away. I even see people with that bull. Help me, Jesus. With that bull job, Obama bull stuff, insurance. See, I'm here. I'm gonna say good words. But with his bull job and insurance, died. I lost 5 people in my family, and 4 of them I put diapers on. 4 of those young people died, and they had what you call a limited health care insurance, and they were sending them home. And one grandson that I fought so hard for him to have a life, because he was born without a tutorial gland. And they said to me and my daughter, well, he's never going to grow. But that was 30 years ago. They had a serum out then that could help you grow. And they said it costs too much. But I tell y'all, God spoke to me. And I gathered up every child, every grandchild, every niece, nephew, and went and we sat in and tore up Congress. And one of the congressmen then was Kwesi Mfume. And they said, who is these people and where all of them come from? And Kwesi bust out laughing. He said, you see that little short woman over there? All of them belong to her. And it was over 200 and some people. But they were my children and grandchildren and some of my nieces and nephews. And when one of the Congress people came out and asked me, they said, well, ask them, what is she doing, Kwesi? They had guards and everything running up. They didn't want it to be shown to lock up little children. Because I told my grandchildren and everybody, turn up! Turn the damn place down! Turn up! And that's what they were doing. They had water pitchers, drinking out their glasses and taking everything they had. And they said, what is they doing? Where they come from? Kwesi said, oh, she lives in Baltimore. She's one of my constituents. But I ain't going to say nothing to her because I got to go back to Baltimore. Okay? And he know he would have got his behind beat. And I don't mean with my mouth either. You know? But they said, what you want? I said, you have a serum or medicine that can help my grandson grow. At least it be a enormous. He wasn't going to even be a drone. He looked like an infant baby when he was 5 years old. Because he didn't have anything to help him grow. He didn't have that gland. And so they said to me, how much it costs. I said, I don't give a, and I'm going to tell y'all just what I said. I said, I don't give a damn how much it costs. I know my child deserved this and he's going to get it. That's right. Or they said we put you in jail. I said, hell, I was born in jail. I was born in America. I'm poor as hell, I'm black, and I'm a female. So I was born in jail. And so they said, Kwesi, if you can get her to this, because the news had come by the grove by then. And they said, if you can just get her to quiet down and everything, we will help her. Until the day my grandson passed, he could get his serum once a week. He lived to be 30 years old. He's one of the young people who died with COVID. He had insurance. He worked for Social Security, but it was Obama's bull jive insurance. Yeah. Okay? And they told him after testing positive and everything to go home, and gave him some cough medicine and some Tylenols or whatever that bull jive was. But my grandson did not get up that morning. He died. My daughter carried her husband to the hospital, who was the regional manager of Social Security. And they told them to sit in the waiting room, and my son-in-law died. I got a call from my granddaughter saying, I can't breathe, I can't breathe. And I said, well, get to the hospital. She got to the hospital, and they wouldn't let her in the door. She fell dead, China, right at the hospital door. She fell dead trying to get in the hospital. If you want to ask me how I feel about America, I say, God damn America. I don't care. I don't care about America. I'm a socialist. That is the only somebody I would vote for. And I'm going to tell y'all, everybody hollering vote. If Bernie ran for president, I'd vote for Bernie Sanders. But anybody else can go to hell. I won't vote for him. And I'll get out and work against him. Because at least he talked about health care. At least he talked about caring about people. When they came to me and said, well, you know, are you going to come and help us with Obama? I said, what did Obama do? You know, I know about him in Chicago. Okay? What did he do? Well, he's black. I said, that's his mom and daddy business. I ain't got nothing to do with that. I'm black too. He did nothing to help us. I tell people right now, when they want to holler about Obama, I said, name one thing he did. Tell me something he did. The health care, that garbage he throwed in, many people suffered from. Yes. He did nothing for us. Yes. Health care should be a human right. Yes. And the brother said it. You see, Minister Malcolm taught us this long time ago. You only get what you organize to take. You only get what you organize to take. Now, I'm saying, how do you take it? You take it by kicking out the people that's there. And you don't put in people that's going to talk out the side of their mouth when they get there. We need to change this country. We need a big change. Whoever thought, let me tell y'all, I fought hard for a woman to have the right to choose what happens with her body. And they said to me, well, you're a minister. I said, yeah. So you think I shouldn't have a mind? I hate them preachers want to play their bullshit. Oh, Lord, help me, Jesus. Who want to play their bull jive. And they Sunday morning disco. See, I can't deal with that. You must look at the truth. The truth. Now, when they said now that they have completely cut off abortions, I want a man to have a baby. I sure would like to see Joe Biden have a baby. I'd like to see that big bubblehead Clarence Thomas or living lip, well, help me Jesus, person, because I call him other names when I'm just by myself, you know. I call him other names. But I'd like to see him have a baby. See, healthcare is based on a lot of things. When you talk about the children in the fetus and the womb and all of this, no, I say, no, you want them to come here, starved to death, uneducated, being abused and beaten. And the prison system is made up of them. And now you want to talk about what rights they have? You haven't given them any rights. You have taken all human rights away. And until we can stand up, and we should gonna have to organize. I tell people all the time when they, is my mayor back there in Baltimore have said, he didn't say it to me because he's scared to say it. He know I'll slap the hell out of him. I'll slap him. But anyway, he sent the message by somebody. When it asks her when she gonna retire, I say, you go back and tell that little funny looking thing that I say. I'm 80 years old, be 81 next month on the 18th. But I'll be here for 100 years because me and God made that deal. See, I made that up. Me and him made that deal. So I got another 19 years to kick his butt and kick his granddaddy's butt if he comes. And all the others, because we have to fight. We have to organize. I tell people my age, well, I'm old and what can I do? I say, get up off your ass and do a whole lot. That's what I say. Get up and do there's a whole lot you can do. Instead of going there pulling the lever for the same old dog. Because, see, when they want to talk to me, and healthcare is a human right thing, and then do nothing about it. Why run your mouth if you ain't gonna do nothing? Why run your mouth if you can't stand it? Oh, well, girl, I can't walk there. Good, I say you got a chair like me, roll along in the demonstration. Stand up in the demonstration. If you gotta walk far as you can with that. We gotta get out and make it our duty. But everybody, every minister should have his church out here today. He should have his congregation out here. We talking about a real important thing. We're talking, we want to fight for what's really involved keeping our next generation. Because healthcare is education, healthcare is food, healthcare is housing, healthcare is jobs, healthcare is just being a human being. You understand? Because all those things, if you don't have a house, you get sick. If you don't have a job, you go hungry. You don't have nowhere to live. All these things snowball. But when you don't educate the young people, then they can't compete to get nothing anyway. But you want to talk about in the womb. Well, hell, they ain't going to stay in there forever. They not going to stay in the womb forever. Hell, I had 25 of them. I was so glad when they got out, I could shout. Yeah, God gave me 12 sons and 13 daughters. But I was so glad when each one of them got out of that, I did not know what to do. And I tell them about it now. You owe this to your community. You owe it to your country, not this country. Because I'm going to tell you, I don't have no allegiance to America. I don't have no allegiance to America. When I used to tell my children when they say, stand up and pledge allegiance, I said, if I ever catch you standing up pledging allegiance, I beat the hell out you. I beat the hell out you. Because they have no allegiance to you. Right. They have no allegiance to you. Their allegiance is to money. We set in a country that greedy people came here from the very beginning to steal and plunder and take away. So why I'm gonna give you some allegiance? That's why when they used to tell my sons about going into the service, I say, do you want to die? Go into service. Come back, I'll kill you myself. I'll kill you my damn self.
Oh, yeah.
You understand? Because we have nothing in this country. And when they want to talk about race, let me tell y'all, I've been all over America, all up in the hills, and all up in the mountains. And I've seen poverty in all races, all colors. Okay? I've seen poverty. I know what poverty looks like and what it feels like. When you can see the sewage running down the back of houses, when you can see people living in shacks, and when you can see as close as right here to the Eastern Shore, people living in chicken shanties. I've seen these things, and it comes in all colors. It comes in all colors. As we was coming over here, and I'm gonna end with this. This my son, Ian. Everybody. We were talking about reparations and what should happen. Well, hell, the biggest reparation I want is health care.
Oh, yeah.
Because if I made it with the doctors who done counted me out 2 or 3 times, and I done made it to 81 now, because I'm going to have that birthday next month, y'all. Well, August the 18th. And I'm going to have some more. You know, I'm going to have some more. But imagine if they'd have gave decent health care. They even did a statistic. I was looking over them, and they were talking about how women were dying in childbirth. But they got it right in the womb. But the mother is gone. You understand? Yeah. Women are dying because of lack of health care. Health care in America. We live in the richest country in the world. That's right. When they want to put out some money, didn't take them long to get it. But when we talk about taking care of us, the workers, the people that just, if it don't be no workers in this country, it would collapse. I'm a retired social worker, and I used to tell my co-workers, if these people weren't here, you'd be on the damn line like we was before. You'd be in the welfare line yourself, trying to get something. So treat everybody like you want to be treated. Treat everybody like you want to be treated. And we need to stand up. You know, this is a good gathering. Because we don't have, we need to organize people to go over there in Congress and kick their ass. Yeah. That's what we need to do. We need to go kick some ass. You understand? Because as long as we have rallies and marches, they say, okay, they out there making some noise and they doing this. You see, that was the difference between Minister Malcolm and Minister Martin. Well, the time done gone there, we done prayed. God done heard them prayers. We need to start doing some action. Get up and start swinging.
Oh, yeah.
We got to start swinging. Now, I'll tell you in a minute that people who are afraid to go to jail, and no, I ain't never liked going to jail. I used to go there every week, but I didn't like it. But somebody had to go. Some stuff had to be done. It's my son said now, he used to say, they said, where your mother? He said, she in jail. And they knew it. My children knew it. And I thank God that I was able, he put me in a position to have people around me that could support me so that I could go to jail, so that I could fight. Because if some of us didn't go to jail and some of us didn't fight, we would not be able to do none of the things that we are doing. And I'm going to tell you, when I look back and see all the rights that's been taken away, like I said, I fought hard for a woman to have the right to choose. And then here go old bubble-eyed, bald-head person come up with the excuse that, who are you? You can't even get a spinner baby. Let's don't get one. You don't have a right to tell a woman to suffer or what's in her life. That is between her and her creator, for as I'm concerned. So when they wanted me to come out as a, I said, no, that I don't, certain things you know that you don't deal with, read your Bible, that you supposed to advise and help. Now, it's not my job to come and tell that woman she got to have a baby. Hell, if somebody asks me that I won't mind 25, no, I'm going to tell you the truth. Hell no, I didn't want them. No, I'm going to be true. But I was a little girl and I got married. And my daddy married me off. And so the man just kept getting babies after babies after babies. And you know, everybody was like, I'm a Catholic, y'all. I want y'all to know that. I was a Catholic. And then the priest and my daddy, oh, you've been blessed. I'm going to tell y'all, when I had that last baby, I got down on my knees because I could still have children when I had my last child. But I got down on my knees and I had a talk with the Lord. I said, Lord, thank you for all the blessings that you have done. Please don't bless me no more. Don't bless me no more. Don't bless me. Because you got to understand what it does. I don't know, like I tell men, you don't know what it takes out your body, what it does to your body to have a child. It is a gift, and it is a wonderful thing. But you don't have that right to decide. So I'm saying the Supreme Court, even I want them to get rid of all them old ass people and setting up there doing nothing, making no decent laws for people. And even now, I'm going to tell y'all that my fight that I'm already started is that when they want to attack same-sex marriages, I'm ready to fight. Because everybody have a right to love anybody they want and to live any way they want. That's between you. I can't tell you how to live, nor can you tell me. So I am ready for those things, and we got to look out for all the dirty dirt with health that healthcare contains of right now. We have to fight to make a change. I thank y'all for having me here. I thank y'all for asking me to come, because every year when I get the call, I said I have to go there to speak, because that is one of my things. I will continue to fight for health care. Call on me. I don't care anything I can do. I want to do it. And I want to do part of the organizing to get more people involved. Because we definitely need to let poor people know that they have to come out and be involved. They think it's nothing they can do. And I tell them every day, yes it is. I'm poor like you, but I'm fighting like hell. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you.
One more time for Reverend Annie Chambers. She's a real one. If you want to learn more about her and the work that she does, go to anniechambers.org. anniechambers.org. One moment as we reset. Thank you. One to beam up, Scotty.
I want to ride. $5 for rides. You gotta get that tree.
You guys, I'm going to be straight up. You just saw a civil rights hero. You are going to tell your grandkids and your great-grandkids that you saw Reverend Annie Chambers speak. It's like 100 degrees, and I'm like goosebumps for the past 10 minutes. So our next speaker has come to us from Vermont. And, okay, there she is. She is a proud Lakota woman, and she is representing Indigenous people and their fight for healthcare. She has been an activist for decades, and she's just phenomenal. So please welcome Mary Garish.
Yeah, Mary!
Itakwe Oisin. That means we are all related. It's a traditional Lakota greeting, which I think is especially appropriate for a day when we are talking about human rights and healthcare. So today we're going to explore, and as you all know, I'm sure, there are many treaties that our U.S. government has broken, not honored, etc., with indigenous peoples. But what we're talking about today goes way beyond that. That goes to the fact that we are all human beings and that we literally do have a right to health care. Yeah, I'm not talking about we want to have a right to health care. I'm talking about international law. I'm talking about treaties. Okay, we all know what treaties are, right, in the international world. I mean, imagine if one of the treaties that our government had signed and ratified through the people up there in that building, say to end the Second World War, were breached by our government. What do you think would happen? The international community would go crazy and they would be called out on it. Here's the problem. We don't all realize that we have a real right to health care. I mean, really, 3 or 4 treaties, some of which were ratified and some of which were just signed, but either way, it is international law that we have a right to health care. We don't have a right to health insurance. It is not the same thing at all. And in our country, people put an equal sign between the two. And honestly, I've been over in Geneva talking about this, and even some really well-experienced, intelligent, wonderful activists from our country go over there and say, you know, I never really thought about the fact that when we talk about healthcare as a right, I was thinking about health insurance. No, it's not the same. People die for lack of health care. In fact, in our country, we have the highest maternal and infant mortality rate of any industrialized country in the world, okay? We also have the lowest life expectancy, and this is even before COVID, but you can imagine what it's like now. Lowest life expectancy of any industrialized country in the world. People die for lack of health care in our country once every 2 minutes. Do you know how many people that means have died since we have all been assembled here this morning? It is crazy, and it is not right. And we need to educate our legislators about healthcare actually being a human right. So, yeah, we have to come out and educate each other, our families, our relatives, any organization we might belong to, that no, we're not trying to get this as a right. We already have this as a right. We need to name it and claim it. And we have to do that in so many different ways. One of the ways is, of course, passing federal legislation for Medicare for all. But there's another way. People in other countries also don't always realize that, for example, our government, when they passed Obamacare, they touted this to the international community as a really big step forward in healthcare. What? It's not about healthcare. It's about health insurance. People still die every day because they can't afford, and even people who are insured under that act can't afford deductibles, can't afford copays, and they die. Now, we have a human right to be cared for by our government in a health care system, not to die from lack of it. So what we want to do is we want to call this situation to everybody's attention, not just those of us who are here today, not just all of you wonderful people who are watching this on Facebook now or in the future, not just all of the wonderful organizations and folks that we've heard from today, but everybody. We need to educate every organization. We need to educate. The most that we need to do is educate our government, because they have been getting away with telling the United Nations that they're working on this. And of course they support it. They forgot that when Eleanor Roosevelt first took the Declaration of Human Rights to the United Nations, and she's, as you know, was from our country, and the United Nations approved it and set up a Human Rights Commission that we don't really care about much in our government anymore. I mean, we like to go there and we like to say, oh, those guys in that country are violating their people's human rights, and we're going to call them out for it. Well, guess what? We need to call our government out for it, now more than ever, particularly since we have people dying from COVID just disproportionately based on their ethnicity, especially folks on the reservations, based on their economic status, because they just can't afford it. What should they not feed their family and go get treated for COVID and let their family die too, and then you have more than one death to account for our denial of the right to health care? No, probably not a good plan. So there is a whole group of us, and I see a lot of you here today, and I really appreciate it, and we need to spread the word, who have decided that our government, the ones back there, the ones in the White House, the ones in our states, the ones in our towns, the ones on our reservations, need to be educated. And of course, their attitude is, oh, if healthcare for all were such a good idea, we would have done it already. That's what they tell all the countries who have this. They say, oh, well, and so how do you, we can't afford that. Okay, so how do you account for the fact that a simple healthcare item like an MRI in our country costs more than 2/3 what it costs in France or the UK for the same machine and the same services? It's because, as we all know, but we need to remain aware of, it's because it's not about healthcare right now for our government. It is about insurance companies making profit off of our suffering and our deaths. And that is not only a violation of our human right to healthcare, but it is tragic and unacceptable. So we are going to be filing, a group of us, and I hope a lot of you will join us. We are going to be filing a complaint with the United Nations Human Rights Commission. Now, in case you're not sure what that is, this is a human rights commission that meets in Geneva, and they address these issues. And there are people on this committee from many different nations, and they find out, the first thing they want to know is, did we exhaust all our remedies domestically? What remedies? Our government doesn't recognize we have the right, so no, we probably didn't yet. And we probably can't, because we don't have a Human Rights Commission, despite UN recommendations for many years in our government. So what we're going to do is, and we have organizations now who have agreed to sponsor the complaint to the United Nations Human Rights Commission. And those are, of course, March for Medicare for All, and the All Unions Committee for Single Payer Healthcare, and National Single Payer, and Real Progress. Oh my gosh, thank you. I don't want to leave anybody out. And the National Lawyers Guild International Committee, because they're very skilled at this, and the Poor People's Campaign. And we want other organizations to agree to sign on, preferably national organizations. But the real important part of filing this kind of complaint is that, as we all know, because we've heard so many stories today, and it just touches your heart. I mean, you're not talking about philosophy. You're talking about human suffering. And when we look each other in the eyes and talk about human suffering, I mean, I can remember at some kind of a party rally a number of years ago, a party that isn't in favor of single payer. And I can remember people coming out on the stage and saying, oh no, we don't want health care for all. We can't afford it, and it won't do anybody any good. And the audience cheered. Now, I bet you, if they had had somebody come out on that stage and tell a story about their personal experience with someone dying or about to die from lack of health care, I can't imagine the audience cheering, because we are all human beings. And whether we like it or not, to stand there and look someone in the eye and hear about their suffering has an impact, even if you're trying to ignore it. So what we need to do for this UN complaint, we need stories like the ones we've had today, any kind of healthcare horror story. Did you go to the hospital and get a bill for $6,000 that you couldn't pay and might have put you into bankruptcy, or that you had to not repair your car because you couldn't afford to pay your hospital bill? Can you not even buy insurance because you can't afford the premiums, let alone the co-pays and the costs? There are so many healthcare stories we can tell, and we have to tell. And they will be recorded, and they will be either whatever is easier for you, either in writing or by talking to someone on the committee and relating it and having them transcribe it and then read it back, see if they missed anything, or by video. And these are all going to get sent over to Geneva, because we need the international community to call out our government for denial of a human right and a breach of treaties, for heaven's sakes. These are not just, I mean, these are international treaties. These are governed by international law. This is something we totally have to do. So anyone you know with a healthcare store, story, they can submit it to March for Medicare for All on the website. And please, we really need to do that. And I don't know how long I've been talking because I accidentally paused my timer. So I might have been talking before 10 minutes. I planned to talk about 8 minutes, and I could let you know that during the time I've been talking, 16 people died. So if I've talked longer than that, it's more people than that. We cannot avoid telling our stories and bringing international wrath down on our government anymore. Thank you.
Okay, so we have a media tent or table, and we will be collecting videos of anybody here and written statements if you'd like to share, because it's so important. We are going to New York and we are presenting this. So the more people we have, the more power it's going to have. So definitely, if you'd like to share your story of you, someone you know, or write it down or video, definitely join us afterwards. We'd appreciate it. Our next speaker is Reverend Delman Coates. I have seen him on video numerous times and even Zoom calls, but I have not yet met him in person. So give it up because he is amazing.
That's true. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Well, good afternoon to everyone. So delighted to be here today, to be with you today on this important occasion. My name is Delman Coates. I'm the senior pastor of Mount Enon Baptist Church in Clinton, Maryland, where I serve as the senior pastor. And I'm also the organizer of the Our Money campaign. The Our Money campaign seeks to educate the public, activists, and organizers about the core insights of modern monetary theory, which have been discussed earlier today. In 1966, Dr. King said that of all the forms of inequality, injustice in healthcare is the most shocking and inhuman because it often results in physical death. Underlying Dr. King's words is a fundamental moral stance that access to something as essential and necessary to life as healthcare should not be contingent upon one's ability to pay. It is callous, it is cruel to deny healthcare to anyone due to their inability to afford private insurance, particularly when we, without question, have the means and the ability to provide comprehensive healthcare to everyone, as countless other countries do. We should do so because the stakes are too high. Tens of thousands of uninsured and underinsured Americans die every year just to satisfy the greed of private health insurance companies. During the COVID-19 pandemic alone, it is estimated that over 300,000 Americans died of COVID that would not have if we had a system that provided universal coverage. This is a matter of life and death. That is why we are here today. But it is also a question of protecting the public from the financial predation and exploitation of the health insurance industry. Under the current private system, we pay significantly more than any other country in the world for significantly less and worse health outcomes. And it is an insult to our democratic principles of government that we still have a healthcare system that is of, by, and for the private health insurance industry. We must put an end to this utterly shameful state of affairs that puts profits over people and attempts at every turn to distract the public by falsely claiming that Medicare for all is not in the financial best interest of the country. They keep telling us the lie that health care for all is unaffordable and that it would raise people's taxes. But our presence today shows that we see through their lies. Their lies won't work because every day, all across America, activists, organizers, and ordinary people alike realize that our goal of establishing healthcare as a human right in the U.S. can be achieved and responsibly paid for in the same way that we fund all other public priorities. For too long, whenever we have talked about healthcare for all, they have told us it can't be done, that it will cost too much. For too long, whenever we have demanded comprehensive, high-quality health care for every U.S. citizen, they have told us, well, it's too expensive, that the numbers just don't add up. To that I say, if we have money for warfare, then we also have money for health care. And the insights provided by modern monetary theory let us know that that's the case, that our ability to spend is not limited by revenue, that we are only limited by two things: real resources and our public will. We have been told our entire lives that there was no money to attend to our most deeply held and brutally neglected public priorities. They tell us we'd love to pay for quality public schools and free health care and address climate change, but there's not enough money to go around. But to these talking heads and their esteemed economic advisors, we declare that we see through their lies. We know that the U.S. government cannot run out of money any more than a carpenter can run out of inches, or a scorekeeper can run out of points. The federal government of the United States of America has the power to responsibly create money and to do so on behalf of the American people. The predatory, corporate, and financial donor class has manipulated the debate around health care and has exploited our sense of dignity for too long. They try to make us think that public spending is some kind of handout. Meanwhile, they are the first ones standing at the counter with their hands out, demanding corporate subsidies and bailouts. We will no longer be misled, and that is why we are here today. We know from economist Stephanie Kelton that one of the principal drivers of long-term inflation is healthcare costs. And bringing down healthcare costs will in fact ease inflation, not accelerate it. And Medicare for all, she said, would help us to fight and not fuel inflation. The reason modern monetary theory is so important for those of us who care about single-payer healthcare is because it removes the constraints that are typically used to limit our policy imagination. So we say to our critics that if we have money for bullets and bombs, then we also have money for the welfare of our bodies. If we can create money for tax cuts to the rich, don't tell us that we cannot create money for jobs, health care, and to address climate change. The challenge before us today is not finding the money. The issue is finding the public will. No one should have to die or go bankrupt because they get sick. No one should have to die or go bankrupt because they are in need of some critical medical procedure. We should not make decisions about health care of the American people based upon the profits it brings to insurers and drug companies. Free public health care is not about taking anything away from the American people. It is about giving something to the American people. It is about giving the American people hope. It is about giving the American people a better life, better opportunities, and better stability in a world where people fear becoming ill and they feel airborne viruses. Free public health care is about giving people hope at a time in their lives when they are at their greatest need. We desperately need single-payer health care, and we need it now. We need a free, adequately funded public healthcare system that is accessible to all, and we need it now. It is time for us to say to Washington, no more excuses. Say that with me. No more excuses. No longer will we permit them to allow big donors to dictate and determine their votes. No more excuses. No longer will we allow them to set the agenda for the American people. No more excuses. No longer will we allow those whose business model is profit to profit from public pain. No more excuses. We are here to put those who profit from our pain out of business. So we say to Congress and to this White House, now is your chance to be a part of the solution rather than a part of the problem. Now is the time to stand with the American people rather than working against the American people when it comes to health care. Because from now on, there will be no more excuses. Say that with me again. No more excuses. Medicare for all now. Thank you so much for having me.
When I told you we had an awesome lineup, I was not kidding. So our last speaker, but stick around because we have something afterwards. Our last speaker is from New York, Dr. Mike Pavas. He is incredible. He was on our 20-hour Medicare for All Summit, and he was phenomenal. So thank you so much.
Woo! Big Mike!
Can everybody hear me? All right, Joy hyped me up a little bit, so now I gotta try to deliver here after all of these fantastic speakers, all right? Okay, so hi everybody, my name's Mike. I'm a healthcare worker in New York City. I currently work at the nation's first overdose prevention center in New York, and I also work at a psychedelic medicine clinic in New York. We good? I can move like this if we good? There you go. Cool. Everybody can hear? Okay. Prior to working at these two places, I also worked at a federally qualified health center in the city, and I worked at a hospital in New York City. Also a member of Left Voice, which is a revolutionary socialist group with a publication that is part of an international network. Now, since I'm a socialist, we're going to get to talking about a word that's been said once or twice today. That's the C word. Okay, we're going to get to talking about capitalism a little bit during this speech. So everybody strap in. So to start out, and I think this is no surprise to anyone here, but just in case it is to anybody, I want to be really, really blunt and make things really, really clear. Our healthcare system is a complete piece of shit that doesn't remotely foster health or well-being. I was working in a hospital at the start of the COVID pandemic and saw this firsthand every single day. This fact was made even more clear as the pandemic progressed. I watched as COVID was allowed to spread throughout the population and people were sent back to work early despite clear lacks of safety. The pandemic clearly showed the public health system in this country, if we even want to pretend that we have one, exists to maintain health just enough that people's bodies can hold up to be exploited and for nothing else. This is because our labor is what makes things run, and our labor is what makes certain people in our society a whole lot of money. I mentioned that I now work at a harm reduction overdose prevention institution in New York City. Every day I'm working with poor and often homeless patients. The suffering of the patients that I see is a direct result of a society that prioritizes profit accumulation over health. The plight of the patients I work with does not have to exist. We don't have to live in a world where a patient comes to see me with literal maggots eating away at wounds on his legs. We have the ability to provide everyone with housing, food, healthcare, everything they need in our society. But the society we live in creates different levels of hierarchy to ultimately benefit the ruling class and the system itself. There needs to be poverty, inequality, and vast levels of suffering in order to maintain this system. We need people living on the streets or people struggling to pay their rent or buy groceries so that the walking, breathing, human-sized piece of fecal matter like Jeff Bezos or some other billionaire shithead can have 15 yachts or buy a 10th mansion. Under capitalism, as our bodies deteriorate because of the various forms of violence inflicted on the individual, societal, or ecological level, this system finds ways to profit from even this. Our healthcare system today exists to extract monetary value from those bodies damaged by capitalism. Under this system, once we are old, disabled, or undergoing any condition that keeps us from being able to sell our labor, we are thrown to the side. Under this system, we are only valued for the money we can make for the ruling class. Today, the policies we see pushed by the ruling class and the organizations that they say are there to address our grievances are those that serve to maintain the system the way it is. This includes the lack of access to basic rights every human deserves, such as a healthcare system that actually cares about health. More recently, the attack on bodily autonomy should be a clear example of how little our society does to actually maintain well-being. Whether the attacks we see on trans people and queer people throughout the U.S. or the attacks we see on the access to reproductive rights throughout the country. These attacks mark huge advances and really a new phase in the right's effort to roll back anything from the right to abortion to trans children's rights to exist to children's rights to have education without being fucking shot in their schools. These attacks aren't going to end there, though. They will continue. They will continue because we live under this system of capitalism that sees each of our bodies as something to be controlled and exploited for the benefit of the capitalist class. We are seeing how under capitalism, any right won can be taken away from us at any moment. So the question then exists, what the hell to do about this? For some to push back against these attacks, the answer is to just elect more progressive politicians. For some, the question of how to get healthcare system we need comes with a similar type of answer. But I'm sorry to say that even the most progressive politicians, as long as they're part of a capitalist party, serve a capitalist system.
Say it again.
Our rights will never be won through appealing to capitalist politicians. They'll never be won through appealing to capitalist parties or international governmental organizations or domestic government organizations that are literally arranged to uphold the system to function the way that it does. Let's take one quick example to look at, which is the fight for abortion. As we see access to abortion attacked by the right, let's remember the reason this is even possible is because the Democrats, instead of codifying Roe, when they had the opportunity after opportunity, decided to use this fundamental right to an abortion as a bargaining chip to gain votes. And the Democratic Party has used similar tactics around healthcare reform. Vote for us, and maybe we will help push through Medicare for all. Maybe we will help you get some type of, humane healthcare system if you vote for us. Well, you know what? We need to finally say, fuck that, and fuck them. We cannot let a capitalist party hold our fundamental right to healthcare hostage any longer, no matter what fake-ass progressive language X or Y politician uses. I don't give a shit if it's AOC, if it's Bernie. I'm sorry to say, we cannot let that party keep holding our rights hostage. We can't wait, ask, or expect capitalist politicians to give us the healthcare system we need, whether it is for the fight for free, safe, legal abortion or any right. We need to take examples of how others have mobilized around the globe to guide us. In terms of the right to abortion, in Argentina, for example, the right was won through fighting in workplaces, communities, schools, and in the streets. And we have to do that same thing here. A party like the Democratic Party is not on our side, and it's not going to help us get the healthcare system we need as a working class. This is the same party that helped uphold the global capitalist system that created the COVID pandemic and then allowed it to spread and kill people. And now is doing the similar shit with monkeypox. This is the same party that continues to give money to the racist, murderous institution of policing and to ICE. The same racist, murderous cops, by the way, that will be hunting down people for having illegal abortions in the future. So you know what? Fuck the police. I want to make that very clear. Fuck each and every one of them. There's no progressive police. No matter what they try to tell you, I don't give a shit if they fucking cater us through the streets or whatever. Fuck the police. The Democratic Party is the same party that continues to pass military budgets and expand the military-industrial complex, by the way, funding that then leads to massive harm being done to the health of those around the globe. And the Democratic Party is the same party that continues to pass policies to put us on the path towards ecological collapse and destruction. We need to accept these facts to recognize how the party is not the lesser of two evils, but acts as the graveyard of social movements, funneling the energy of movements right back into upholding the capitalist system. For example, it was the Democrats who took aspects of the Black Lives Matter movement and funneled the radical aspects of that movement right back into supporting electoral campaigns. Or today, as abortion rights are under attack, the Democrats use feminism as a buzzword, queer struggle and liberation, trans struggle and liberation, while telling us to simply keep our heads down and vote for them in the next election cycle, and then they'll handle it. It is these failures of the Democratic Party that then helps to create conditions where the reactionary right can go on the offensive. This is why the Democratic Party, along with the Republican Party, are both parties of capital that ultimately support and uphold the same system hurting us all. So let me repeat, neither party of capital will ever get us what we need. Our task should be not only to organize ourselves to fight back against the right-wing assault we're seeing throughout the country on all of our rights, but also to overcome the obstacle of the Democratic Party. We won't win our rights because of capitalist politicians. We will win our rights despite of capitalist politicians. Now, as workers, many of us may be part of unions or have friends or relatives in unions. Unions are supposed to be fighting organizations of the working class. But unions today far too often operate as top-down organizations not remotely controlled by the rank-and-file workers. And these misleaders of these organizations aren't on our side either. Our unions should be used as fighting organizations to mobilize workers in their workplaces and demand our rights. But instead, it's more beneficial for our unions to sit and bargain over shitty healthcare plans every fucking contract cycle and then call it a win and tell us all to pat ourselves on our fucking backs. Then we have to go out after that big fucking win and beg for X, Y, or Z to be covered by parasitic insurance companies. Keeping our healthcare limited to individual contract negotiations in workplaces also ends up ironically upholding the employment-based healthcare system that keeps us controlled and exploited by our bosses. It keeps people questioning whether to fight back and potentially lose their job in healthcare for them and their family, or stay quiet and keep being treated like complete shit. If we want any right, whether it's the right to a safe legal abortion, the right to a safe workplace, the right to health care under National Improved Medicare for All, we must mobilize ourselves where we are strongest and that's organizing as one unified working class. We have to organize not just in the streets, but in our workplaces where we wield our power most as a working class, fighting with our full power to get what we need. Those who don't have a union should follow the lead of Starbucks workers, Amazon workers, and other workers that are unionizing and unionize our workplaces. And if you do have a union, we have to take the power back from our union misleaders to make them fighting organizations again instead of tools of the Democratic Party to just gain votes. We should be organizing workplace committees and democratic assemblies to decide about what to fight and for what we want. We could have committees to organize workplaces to demand free, safe, legal abortion or to fight for a healthcare system that benefits us all. But I want to be clear about something, and this might be hard for some to hear even in this group. We need more than National Improved Medicare for All. This should only be the smallest first step that we should be fighting for. Under National Improved Medicare for All, many of the industries harming the public well-being will still exist, and the capitalist system as a whole will still exist. We should fight for National Improved Medicare for All, but then continue to fight for a universal healthcare system under worker control. We need to fight for a healthcare system where the parasitic insurance executives, pharma executives, healthcare company executives literally no longer exist to profit off of our fucking lives. We need to fight for a system where every single aspect of healthcare delivery is run by and for the working class to maintain the well-being of the public, not maximize profit. But also, as we fight for a system that prioritizes health and well-being, we need to be clear. As long as capitalism continues to exist, we cannot have a society that fosters health or well-being. If our fight is only to reform or slightly improve healthcare, we are going to fail. A better healthcare system will not stop an economic system harming us all and destroying the planet. Capitalism is a disease that we must fight to eliminate from this planet altogether. And that fight will not be waged through either of the capitalist parties. Instead, that fight is in the hands of the working class. We need a party of the working class, not just here in the US, but a revolutionary party globally that can wage a fight against global capitalism and for socialism. I and my Left Voice comrades who are here today are in the fight with you all for Medicare for all, for a free public healthcare system under worker control, and for the elimination of the system harming us all, capitalism. Thank you.
Yes!
Woo!
So at this point, I want all of the volunteers and co-organizers to come up front.
Up front where?
Yeah, like if you want to, maybe it would be cool to stand on both sides of it and for all, maybe. Or yeah, if you can get on the stage, hell yeah. So every single one of us are volunteers. Every single one of us who give our time, hours every day for months to pull this off. And there are some of us who have worked so hard who could not afford to be here today. So I want to thank our team, whether they made it here or not, because it wouldn't have happened without everyone who chipped in and made this happen. I want to thank all the speakers. If you are a speaker, feel free to also come up. And so I want to thank Real Progressives again, because they've been amazing. Indie News, who has helped us with our summit and promotion. The Banks sisters. Where are you? No! They were with us yesterday and they were here today. Damn. But please subscribe because they're phenomenal. Ford Fisher, who covered us yesterday and is here again today. Subscribe to him as well. So Andy and Luke and Commie John, who are, yeah, there he is, who are behind the scenes people. Yes, his name really is Commie John. I don't know what his actual name is. He just goes by Commie John.
I'm getting it legally changed this week.
Awesome. And everyone who donated to us, who helped us make this happen, just to give you an idea, this wheelchair lift that didn't even work, $2,000 to rent it. $2,000. And let's say the ASL interpreters, the medics, like there is so much that goes into this. And when you're all volunteers, we've relied on people who are passionate and want to help. So thank you to every single person who has donated. You have helped this happen. Yes, definitely. If you haven't donated and you would like to, we still have a lot of things to pay for. So you can do so at mforall.org. And we want to thank National Single Payer. We want to thank Indiana volunteers who did a solidarity march last Saturday. Illinois Single Payer Coalition. It's so phenomenal when we're having one event in DC and other states are like, yeah, let's endorse, let's help. That's solidarity. So at this point, and I'm so sorry if I forget people, and also I cannot see. But at this point, I would like to leave a few closing words, and then I'd like everyone to stay for a song. So my closing words are, we are worth more. Do not settle. This does not end today. We have more work to do. And all of us are out here traveling from across the country, many of us disabled, and who have busted our ass to be here. What is your excuse not to be? And the last thing I want to say is I had the recent honor of interviewing the hero, Stephen Donziger. And for those of you who don't know him, he took on the machine and his life has been hell ever since. He took on Chevron for decades on behalf of indigenous people who had been poisoned by their water. Chevron finally lost the case, and they have never paid a cent. And now Stephen is being subjected to arrests for false charges. They made his bail highest in U.S. history, even though all he did was sue Chevron. So this gentleman is a hero, and he knows about injustice. And what I closed with changed my life, because I said, Stephen, and we talked about Medicare for All and the correlation of environment. But I closed with Stephen after all you've been through. He had an ankle bracelet while I was talking to him. Do you still think the power of the people is stronger than the people in power? And he said, yeah, I do. So take that with you, because that's amazing that someone going through that could still say that, and that gives me hope.